My name's Leslie Coffey. I'm a chartered town planner, and I've been instructed by the Secretaries of State to conduct these inquiries. I'm assisted by Mrs. Joanna Vincent, the programme officer, and if you've got any questions about the programming of the inquiries. Okay, if you sit down, sir, I'll do that. Okay? Right. So if you've got concerns, can I ask you to behave in a courteous manner, please? So can people hear me now? Yes? Thank you. So I'll go back to the beginning. So it's now 10 o'clock, or a little bit, it's just after, and these inquiries are now open. My name is Leslie Coffey. I'm a chartered town planner, and I've been instructed by the Secretaries of State to conduct these inquiries. I'm assisted by Mrs. Joanna Vincent, the programme officer, and if you've got any questions or any queries about the programming or other matters on which you need information, she'll try to help you. So Mrs. Vincent is at the back. A number of you have communicated with her, but you probably don't recognise her. So can I ask you just to raise your hands so people can see who you are? Okay, thank you. Could I ask people to either switch their mobile phones off or turn them to silent, and that audible notifications on other devices are also turned off? There's no fire alarms planned today. There's been a fire alarm test already, so if the alarm goes, we need to leave the building. Does anyone need assistance with leaving the building? No? Thank you. The toilets are, if you go out towards the main entrance and then turn left, you will find the toilets. Thank you. So we've got a lot of participants in these inquiries. So can I ask that if you need to discuss anything with your team, that you do so outside of the inquiry room, because it's very disruptive if you do so in here, and it might make it difficult for others to hear. I have a lot of information that I need to cover, so I'm going to try and pause as I go along. And if you've got any questions, if you could raise your hand rather than just interrupt, and give your name and say who you represent. So I'm going to start by introducing the two inquiries. The first is a planning inquiry into the application made by Oxfordshire County Council for the dualling of the A4130 carriageway from the Milton Gate junction eastwards, and it includes the construction of 3 roundabouts. The second element is a road bridge over the Great Western Main Line, which is called the Didcot Science Bridge, and a realignment of the A4130 northeast of the bridge, and it includes the relocation of a lagoon. The third element is construction of a new road between Didcot and Culham, called the Didcot to Culham River Crossing, and this includes the construction of 3 roundabouts, a road bridge over the Appleford railway sidings, a road bridge over the River Thames, and the final aspect of it is the construction of a new road between the B4015 and the 415, the Clifton Hampton bypass, and that includes the provision of 1 roundabout and associated junctions. The scheme will also include controlled crossings, footways and cycleways, landscaping, lighting, noise barriers and sustainable drainage system. It's been recovered by the Secretary of State for his determination, and for those of you not familiar with the process, this means that I will be submitting a report to the Secretary of State. setting out the cases for all parties, including interested parties, and on the basis of the submitted information, I will make a recommendation to the Secretary of State. He will then reach a decision. The second inquiry I'm going to refer to as the orders inquiry, and there's 3 different orders. Has my microphone dropped off? Yes. That was on, sorry. It's the red is on, right. Can people hear me again? Yes, thank you. So the second inquiry is the orders inquiry. And there's 3 different orders. The first one is the Oxfordshire County Council Didcot to Cullen Thames Bridge Scheme 2022. The second one is the Oxfordshire County Council Didcot Garden Town Highways Infrastructure A4130 improvement, Milton Gate to Collet Roundabout, A4197 Didcot to Culham Link Road, and the A415 Clifton Hampton Bypass Side Roads Order 2022. And the final one is the Oxfordshire County Council Didcot Garden Town Highways Infrastructure A4130 improvement, Milton Gate to Collet Roundabout, A4197 Didcot to Culham Link Road, and the A415 Clifton Hampton Bypass Compulsory Purchase Order 2022. So are you, for Oxford County Council, you satisfied I've got those correct?
Madam, yes, I am. And just a small suggestion, I think the mics will work better if you pull it closer to you, which is, I know, a bit unnatural, but if you release your inner Taylor Swift,
right.
It'd probably work better.
Thank you. So I'm going to start by asking the main parties, including the Rule 6 parties, to introduce themselves and their witnesses. Can I also ask them to indicate the topics their witnesses will be addressing, and also whether they've submitted a proof of evidence and a rebuttal proof, so I know that I'm up to speed on that. And once I've done that, I'm going to check whether there's anyone else wishes to address the inquiry. I have a list of people who have already requested to address the inquiry, and I'll run through those people first. But if there's anybody else, I'll give you an opportunity to raise your hand and let me know. So if I can start with Oxfordshire County Council.
Good morning, Madam. My name is Michael Humphreys, and I'm just going to hand around a list with the names of all of the witnesses and their qualifications and their appearances, and I appear together with Mr. Hugh Flanagan, who's handing round the various sheets, and we're instructed by Ms. Debbie Reynolds, who's sitting on my right from TLT Solicitors, on behalf of Oxfordshire County Council as applicant for the planning application and acquiring authority in relation to the compulsory purchase order and promoter of the orders. On the reverse of the sheet, you've got the list of our witnesses. I think nearly all of them have produced proofs and rebuttals. I think Mr. Greep hasn't, but if I just run through the number, because you've got them printed, I hope it's clear. There's Aaron Wisdom, John Disley, Andrew Blanchard, Carl Chan, and Claudia Curry, and those are all witnesses on the first group of topics that you've got, so need alternatives, design, the local transport plans and modelling. And then Alex Maddox, Chris Lansborough, Andrew Paget, Anna Savage and Jane Ash, who are all witnesses dealing with the next group of topics that you've got programmed for, I think, the end of next week and then the 2 weeks, I think, in March.
Mm-hmm.
And then Bernard Greep, who is the planning witness, he's dealing with, I think it's topic 14, you've numbered it, but that's the third, the third session, as I've called them, which is the planning and greenbelt evidence. And then Timothy Mann and Stephen Moon, who are both witnesses dealing with the fourth session, which is the compulsory purchase and the orders. Although obviously we appreciate, because all of the inquiries are opened on the same day today, and it's merely the compulsory purchase order and the orders evidence that's programmed for the session. So clearly the need case for the orders that might be relevant will be heard as part of our need case. It is programmed earlier in the inquiry, but those are our witnesses.
Thank you. So if I could move on to the parties across here. I recognise you, Miss String.
Good morning, Madam. My name's Emma Dring of Council. I'm instructed by Vivian Williams, who sits behind me, South Oxfordshire District Council, and I'm calling two witnesses.
Could you just go a little bit slower?
I'm sorry.
So I can keep up. Thank you. Right, two witnesses.
Yes, Emma Baker, who will be giving evidence on, well, really topic 1, the need for and benefits of the scheme. And then Emma Bowerman, and she'll be giving evidence right at the end on topic 14, the planning, essentially the planning balance. I have got a list, but it's at the end of my opening, so you'll have that shortly.
Thank you. Sorry, again, I reckon.
Good morning,
many
Madam.
Years ago, I think.
Emmeline Lambert, Council. Also instructed by Vivian Williams, Head of Legal, Democratic and Monitoring Officer for South Oxfordshire and Vale of Whitehorse, and I'm appearing on behalf of Vale of Whitehorse District Council. And I'll also be calling two witnesses. I will also be calling Emma Baker on topic 1 and Adrian Butler on topic 14. And again, I have those written at the end of my opening.
Thank you.
Madam, good morning. I have it written down, so I'll just ask for it to be handed out to save your pen.
Thank you.
So good morning, Madam. My name is Matthew Henderson of Council. I'm instructed by Mr. Stephen Senstrel, Carter Jonas, who sits immediately to my right. I have three witnesses. I've listed them for you. The first, Professor Sir Ian Chapman, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the UK AEA. He will be dealing with the Culham campus and the need and benefits of the scheme. The second witness, Mr. Tim Foxall, a Director at Glanville Consultants, who will deal with transport planning. And thirdly, Mr. Senstrel will give planning evidence.
Thank you. So, moving on to the Rule 6 parties. I'm afraid let me just move this screen. It's blocking my view. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam. My name is David Woolley. That's spelled W-O-O-L-L-E-Y.
Thank you.
And I appear for three parties in an attempt to lighten your burden a little. The first is the East Hendred District Council. The The second is the group of neighbouring parishes.
Yep.
And the third is the organisation known by the acronym of POETS, which is to do with transport sustainably in Oxfordshire. I should be calling, not necessarily in this order, first Mr. Alan James, who deals with traffic. Have we got copies of this? Yes. I've just discovered we've got a list of witnesses, so I'll have it circulated, please.
That would be helpful.
It's the only one.
Do you want to just read them through
The
then?
second one is Mr. Russell Harmon, who deals with construction risks. Third, Dr. Angela Jones, who deals with health. Fourth, Mr. Chris Hancock. He deals with air quality, noise and design. Sixth, Mrs. Sam Casey Rahe. She deals with local impact. Seventh, Mr. In Chien Zen. He deals with carbon emissions and financial viability. Eighth, Mr. Roger Williams, who deals with traffic again from a different standpoint. And ninthly, Mr. Roger Turnbull, who deals with matters on topics 1 to 4 and 14.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So in terms of other parties that wish to address the inquiry, I have Western Valley Parish Council, who will be appearing by a video link. I don't know if there's anyone from the Parish Council here. No. I've got David Pryor. Is Mr. Pryor here? No? Okay. Robin Tucker, the Coalition of Health Streets and Active Travel. Is Mr. Tucker here? Right, these are all people who wish to speak this morning.
Possibly arriving later.
Yes, well, okay. Actually, that might be accurate because I think we thought we would take a while this morning and that they are coming later. Thank you. Okay. I've got Nick Fielding from Burcott and Clifton Hampton Parish Council. Thank you, Mr. Fielding. Councillor Jones from Didcot. Thank you. John Alcantara from Cullen Bus Club. Robin Draper. Oh, Mr. Draper. Caroline Baird, I'm sorry about that. Thank you. James Barlow. No. And tomorrow there are some additional people that wish to address the inquiry. I understand there's a council meeting today, which means that a number of people couldn't make it. So the names I have for tomorrow, just so that people are aware, are Councillor Ian Snowden from the district. He's a district and county council officer for Didcot West. Councillor David Ruane, who's the leader of South Oxfordshire District Council. Councillor Sally Pavlotsky, County Councillor for Hendreds and Harwell Division. Councillor Robin Bennett from Berensfield and Gaskington Division, and Sue Skane. So if in addition to those, there's anybody wishes to address the inquiry, can you raise your hand? Right. What I'll do, I'll go from front to back. So, and I'll take the names. Can I ask you, though, that you give your name and your interest to the programme officer? It's just for for my information, make sure that I can spell your name correctly and have your interests correctly. It won't be retained. But you also need to be aware that if you're going to address the inquiry, that your name will appear on a list of appearances. So I don't need personal details other than your name. But if I start with you, sir. Yes.
My name is Peter Kirby, and my details are already lodged with Joanna Vincent.
Right. Okay, so your interest, Mr. Kirby?
My interest, I wish to talk about the viability or long-term development of fusion and the contradiction of timescales.
Thank you. So could I, before we, actually I'll come back to you, Mr. Kirby, in a moment, and I'll take the other party. So yes, sir, the gentleman in the black top. You're from which council? East Hendred, right? Thank you. And are you supporting or opposing the scheme? Thank you. Yes, sir.
I'm Daniel Sharp. I submitted a statement in September last year asking to address the inquiry. Still want to address
Okay. I've got your representation from the time of the application and a second one that you sent in. Okay. And how long do you think you require, Mr. Schaff?
I think if I read all, it will take 15 minutes.
Right.
I'm not going to read the original version of the application. The statement in inquiry takes about 15 minutes.
Okay.
I would like your permission, Madam, to cross-examine all 6 parties on the time change.
Right. Before we go there, Mr. Schaff, are you supporting or opposing the scheme? You're opposing. Right. As an interested party, you can't cross-examine any of the witnesses, but if you have some questions and they've not already been addressed, you can put them through me and we will see. Which particular witnesses did you want to? Mr. Grebe.
They both refer to carbon emissions, climate change, and Mr. Lansborough refers to me.
Right. Thank you. So what we'll do, we'll see, it might be that the points you want to raise are already raised by other parties in their cross-examination, in which case it won't be necessary to ask the questions. But if it is a different point and it's not been made by anyone else, you can put it through me and we'll see where we are. Thank you. Is there anybody else who wishes to address the inquiry? Yes, sir.
My name is Graham Smith. I wish to oppose the proposal on behalf of Cyclops in Oxford and an urban designer.
Thank you. And how long do you think you need?
10 minutes.
Thank you. Right, so just returning to Mr. Kirby, I received, we have asked parties that know they want to address the inquiry to put their, if they've got a written submission, to put it in. I received something from Mr. Kirby yesterday. In my view, it's quite technical. It's, as Mr. Kirby's mentioned, it's about the fusion energy. I can't remember the words that he used. What I suggest we do is that we copy it to, if we forward it to all the parties, and if UK Atomic Energy, I forgot what the A is for. Authority, isn't it? Sorry. if they could have a look at it and give me a view as to how to deal with it. My initial feel is that if we accept it, that we will hear it before we hear from your witnesses. I think it would be inappropriate to hear it today. So I'll get the programme officer to forward it to you and you could view it over the break.
Yes.
And I'll hear any comments that people have on it once they've seen it.
Yes, thank you. We'll have to read it and
That
take a view.
seems to be the best way forward. So, Mr. Kirby, I can't just accept it because of the content. It's not. It wouldn't be fair. So, we'll have a look at that, and then hopefully we can tell you when you would need to come to present it. And I take it, Mr. Kirby, you'll be happy to answer questions on it.
Indeed, in addition to the written statement, I have prepared a speech, which 15 minutes would be ample. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Well,
Thank you.
Madam, can I suggest that Mr Kirby gives that speech as well to the programme officer so that we can have both documents at the same time? I think that would be the most efficient way of dealing with it.
Yes, that would avoid an adjournment. Thank you. In terms of the other people that have identified this morning, Mr. Schaaf, you're referring. Oh, sorry, I've missed somebody out. Sorry, sir.
David Godfrey, Ramsden Oxfordshire Bar Society. I wasn't expecting to address the inquiry in the early proceedings. My only objection is to do with rights of way, which I believe come later.
Okay.
I'm not even sure that as an interested party rather than a statutory objection.
You're from. Is it from Ramblers? Oh, yeah. That's really for the orders inquiry. You've objected to 2 specific footpaths, haven't you? And we will be addressing those in the orders inquiry rather than in this one. We might touch on it in this one.
So is that the end, the audit?
The orders, yeah. Sorry, we're going to hear the evidence for the planning application, and then we will hear the evidence for the orders because they're different tests and considerations. So I think it would be preferable if you could return. It's probably about. Well, it's more than 4 weeks, isn't it? If I get the programme officer to contact you and tell you when we'll be hearing that evidence, and if you return for that, that would be helpful. I think you've actually got not a statutory objection, but you've got an objection in, haven't you? So, and I have read it, and you've also submitted a short proof and statement of case as well. So. You've made a joint submission. No, and that's appreciated. That saves duplication. So.
I'm not sure we could both be. It would help if we were both called on the same day.
Absolutely. I'm sure we can accommodate that. I'm going to come to that when I finish this section. I will come to it, but we'll certainly try and accommodate you both on the same day. But it will be a few weeks' time.
Madam,
Thank
for
you.
what it's worth, and if it helps Mr. Godfrey at all, on the current timetable, the orders are programmed towards the end of April. Now, obviously, the inquiry is not sitting continuously. There are lots of breaks, thank goodness. But that, at the moment, is
That I couldn't
provisionally
recall
when
the
things
date.
are programmed for.
Thank you. So, Mr. Godfrey, towards the late April, but we will be putting a programme together quite soon to give you a bit more clarity. Okay? that's exactly what we're going to be asking when I'll come to it in a few minutes, if you can bear with me. Thank you. Sorry, are there any other people who wish to address the inquiry or any questions so far? Could you raise your hand? No? Thank you. So in terms of the planning part of the inquiries, I've been provided with details of attendance and availability, and we've done our best to accommodate everyone. Looking at the most recent version of the timetable, I think there's one change we still need to make, in that Professor Goodwin is down for some point this week. I know he can't make the date that he was down for. He's down for Thursday. I think Mrs. Vincent could probably help me. She's not there. Oh, she's you're not tall enough. We've got to move Mr. Goodwin still, haven't we? Make that adjustment. But other than Mr. Goodwin, I think we've certainly got our running order. I think everything else is more or less as timetabled. If there is anything else that arises, and obviously things happen that people don't anticipate, could I ask you that you try and resolve it yourselves? And if not, then resolve it yourselves and let the programme officer know. And if not, obviously I'll try and sort something out. But as I say, illness and all sorts of other things happen, especially with the number of witnesses we're dealing with. But I really would like to try and stick to the timetable as far as we're able. So moving on, there was a pre-inquiry meeting held on the 9th of November by the previously appointed inspector, and that was to discuss the management of the inquiries, and the merits of the cases were not discussed. I've subsequently sent out notes clarifying arrangements for the inquiries, and it's obviously evolved as we've got more information. And I've addressed a number of queries raised by parties, and there's been unanticipated events occurred that has meant some adjustments. But again, it's not addressed the merits of the case. So I'm going to just touch on the procedure for the planning inquiry first, and then I've got a few comments on the orders. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with the process, I'm going to follow the procedure in the 2000 inquiry procedure rules. We're scheduled to sit for a number of weeks, ending in May, but I anticipate that the planning inquiry will be addressed in the first 4 weeks that we're sitting, which goes up to mid-April, I think. We've got 2 weeks, then we've got a 3-week gap, and I think it's just before Easter, maybe. I'm getting myself lost here. Yes,
Currently,
so
the programme...
28th of March, I think.
No, closing submissions
Oh.
on the
No.
planning inquiry, I think, as Friday the 19th of April. Closing submissions continuing 23rd of April, and then 24th of April, orders inquiry to be programmed. That's what I think is the latest.
That's the latest. I'm hoping we
Yeah.
might make better progress and
I'm
try and get
sure we will.
everything done in the first 4 weeks for
Yes.
the planning is my hope. So I'm hoping that we will, by the 19th of April, be able to close the planning inquiry. So I'm going to ask the applicant, Oxfordshire County Council, to make an opening announcement of about 15 minutes, and that will be followed by Oxfordshire County Council as local planning authority. They're not here, I can see at the moment. Oh, you are here. Thank you. Following on from that, we'll hear from the opening announcements from the Rule 6 parties supporting the proposal, and then the Rule 6 parties opposing the scheme. Mr. Woolley, is it one opening announcement for all three groups?
Yes, it is, madam.
That's
While I'm on air, I have a couple of procedural questions,
certainly.
which I'd like to raise when convenient, if I may.
Okay. If you tell me what they are.
Yes.
And
One concerns, if you cast your mind back to the pre-inquiry meeting, paragraph 22.
just bear with me while I
Of
get
course.
that letter up. Paragraph 22, yes.
22. You'll see there's a reference to the a Regulation 25 request. And my point concerns that.
Okay.
And the second point arises out of paragraph 42 of the pre-inquiry meeting. This is probably more a matter of, no, I think it probably is a matter for you. How you're going to deal with closing submissions.
You're asking me how I'm going to deal with them?
Yes.
In what way?
Well, you might have wanted, and I think this is not right, but you might have wanted closing submissions on each of the topics as they come up.
Oh,
But
no.
I think you only want to listen to Mr. Humphreys and myself once
I
at the
I
end
do.
of the inquiry.
That's correct.
That's probably quite enough, anyway.
It really would be. And if you want to do 3 separate closing submissions, that will be acceptable. But if you're doing one, that's even better. Thank you. So that's the opening announcements by the parties. And once we've heard those, I'm going to hear from the other parties that wish to address the inquiry today. I'm going to start with the people that are on the list already, and then I'll follow on with the people from this morning. If anyone's got a time constraint, could you let Mrs. Vincent know, please? And then the other parties that wish to address the inquiry we'll hear from first thing tomorrow morning. They're predominantly the councillors. If for those parties who haven't already registered that I've heard from this morning have the text of what they wish to say, it would be helpful if you could send it or hand it to Mrs. Vincent, and she can then circulate it. I'm going to be hearing the evidence on a topic basis, and we're starting with need, highways issues and alternatives. We'll then hear the evidence in relation to landscape and character and appearance, noise, air quality, climate change, carbon emissions, health impacts and design, particularly in relation to the Science Bridge, as well as biodiversity and heritage. And then we'll conclude with the evidence in relation to the Greenbelt and planning evidence. Following this, we'll have a session in relation to the suggested conditions. The draft conditions, I think, were circulated by the local planning authority. Mr. Perriam, I think, circulated them, and he forwarded comments that had been made on them. But if I could ask that all the parties look at them and make any further comments, either in writing or track changes, during our first adjournment, which is the 1st of March to the 26th of March. I understand the conditions are now on the website. Mrs. Vincent, oh, they're not there yet. They'll be there later today. If you're able to comment on them over that adjournment, that gives me an opportunity to review them in advance of the conditions session. But I do want to be clear with the conditions. The fact that I'm considering them doesn't mean that I've made up my mind in relation to recommendation. It just allows a discussion with everyone present and people can make their comments there. Are there any questions so far? No?
Madam, I just
Yes, Mr. Humphreys.
say I think the draft conditions are attached to the first statement of common ground between ourselves as applicant and Oxfordshire County Council as planning authority. I think that's on the website as document CDQ.1. What that doesn't contain is any comments or anything else that others may have put forward, but if people just want to look at the conditions, they are there. If they're going to be put up again in another form, that's obviously fine, but they can be found there.
Thank you. I think the two district councils have commented on them, and I know I'll come to you. Sorry, you're Mr. Perriam, are you?
Sorry.
You can probably help us.
Mr. Humphries, what he said is absolutely correct in what he said, but there was an actual schedule of conditions which was circulated later on. And
That's what I've seen.
Minor tweaks were made to those. I think that's the version that should be being looked at.
I think I understand that. I've seen that version. And I think the district councils have commented, and I think Mr. Tamplin has commented, but not on the schedule, but just in text. And I've got that as well. So we will make them somewhere easily accessible on the website. It might, I'll let you know later exactly where they are. So after the condition session, we'll hear closing submissions for all the parties, starting with the Rule 6 parties that are objecting, then followed with other Rule 6 parties, and finally the applicant. If you could just bear with me a minute. I have made arrangements for an accompanied site visit. I know the previous inspector thought an unaccompanied might be preferable, but from my own point of view, I think it would be easier and not able to drive and look at things as I'm driving. So we're going to have an accompanied visit. I have a schedule. I think that's on the website. I'm not certain, but certainly the programme officer has the applicant's suggested route. There's been additional suggestions made by poets and the the Joint Parish Council. I typed that wrongly. The Joint Parish Councils. They've made suggestions for other locations, and I will visit those as well. If you've got any further locations that you think I should see and view, if you let the programme officer know, preferably before the end of next week, or even by the middle of next week would be better. If you let her know, and I will cover those. We might not do them all in the initial site visit, but I can pick them up before the end of the inquiry. You need to be aware that the site visit's an opportunity for me to view the sites, and I won't be hearing any representations or discussing the merits of the case. And I should probably make further unaccompanied visits during the course of the inquiry or immediately after. In terms of the site visit, I will be accompanied by the council, the applicant, and somebody from the local planning authorities, and I think the programme officer has been trying to establish whether one of the Rule 6 parties would join us. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, for those of you who aren't familiar with the inquiry process, we're going to start, as I said, with the Rule 6 parties who are opposing the scheme. Mr. Woolley is their advocate, and he will take the witness through their evidence in chief. And then the opposing side, which will be the Rule 6 parties supporting the proposal and the applicant, will have an opportunity to cross-examine. There may be more than one party that wishes to cross-examine, but so we don't use inquiry time unnecessarily. I'd ask you not to ask questions that have already been asked by one of the other advocates. You can just simply acknowledge the point and move on from there. I might have some additional questions myself for the witnesses, and after that, the the advocate will have the opportunity to re-examine. And as I said to Mr. Scarf, it might be that there's an opportunity to ask questions if the matter's not being covered. But it will be questions, it's not an opportunity to make an additional statement. And then we'll repeat the process with the other witnesses. We will then have a roundtable discussion in relation to the planning conditions. I'm not aware of any Section 106 agreements. No. Thank you. And if there's any applications for costs, they should be made in writing and submitted in time to give the other party an opportunity to respond. Are there any questions? So that covers the planning inquiries. I'll come on to the order ones separately. Are there any questions on that? Anyone not clear about the procedure? Thank you. So just turning to sitting days and times. We're generally sitting Tuesday to Friday each week. I think Easter week we finish on Thursday. I don't intend to sit later than 5 o'clock because that's when the venue closes. But we will be flexible dependent on where we are within the evidence. I'm going to start at 9:30 or 10 in the mornings. I'm suggesting 10 o'clock might be more useful, giving the parties an opportunity to resolve any issues that they might have. But if there's a preference for 9:30, we can just deal with that as we go through, and I'll defer to the parties on that. We'll take a lunch break about 12:45 to 1:15, some point there, and we'll have a short morning break and an afternoon break. On Fridays, I aim to finish no later than 3 o'clock to allow everyone time to travel. And that might mean that we start a bit earlier or have a slightly shorter lunch break in order that we can accommodate that. So, turning to documents, I've read the proofs submitted by the parties and the objections that have been submitted, and there's no need to repeat that unless you want to draw my attention to something specific. All documents should be on the website, and we'll use that during the inquiry. If there's anything missing, can you speak to the programme officer, and she'll do her best to help you and remedy it if necessary. Any documents submitted during the course of the inquiry should be sent to the programme officer so that they can be added to the library. And it would be helpful if you would copy them to the other parties as well. That would just save time. I'm not going to be able to pick up emailed documents other than at the end of the day or at lunchtime. So could I ask you to try and avoid submitting documents at short notice? And if you are submitting them, a hard copy would be helpful unless they're particularly large. I've seen the draft conditions, and I asked the parties, the local planning authority and the applicant to confirm the different plans that have been submitted, and I've got that as a supplemental statement of common ground. Could I ask the parties over the adjournment will do check that the plans in the conditions are correct, so that we're definitely approving the correct plans if it's recommended for approval. I don't really want to run through that list now. That would take me ages.
No, I think, Madam, the list is of the plans is attached as Annex 1 to the second Statement of Common Ground.
I think it is attached. What I'm asking...
We can check that as you've requested.
Just double check the numbers on them.
Yes.
So that can be done over the March adjournment. That will be fine. So I'm now going to outline the main considerations in relation to the inquiry. So the Secretary of State particularly wishes to be informed about 4 matters. three matters. The extent to which the proposed development is consistent with government policies for delivering a sufficient supply of homes as set out in the framework. The extent to which the proposed development is consistent with government policies for building a strong and competitive economy as set out in the framework. And the extent to which the proposed development is consistent with the development plan for the area. And based on those matters, I've identified what I consider to be the main issues to be considered at the inquiry. I've identified 14 main points, so I'll read through them. The need for and the benefits of the scheme, whether the transport modelling on which the proposal is based is robust and takes account of any significant traffic impacts in the wider area, whether the proposal will make acceptable provision for sustainable travel, including walking and cycling, and accord with the local transport and connectivity plan, and the consideration of alternatives. So they're the first four topics that we'll be looking at this week and next. And then we'll move on, and the next set of topics are the effect of the proposal on the character and appearance of the surrounding landscape, including any loss of trees and or hedges, whether the proposal will be acceptable in terms of impacts in terms of noise, and whether the proposal will be acceptable in terms of air quality. The effect of the proposal on climate change and carbon emissions, whether the proposed bridge would deliver the high quality design sought by the framework and development plan policies, the effect of the proposal on biodiversity, including biodiversity net gain, and whether habitats regulations screening should be undertaken for Cot Hill Fen Special Area of Conservation and the Little Whittingham Special Area of Conservation. The effect of the proposal on the significance of heritage assets, whether the proposed scheme would be safe from flooding over its lifetime and the effect on flood risk elsewhere. And I also need to understand the arrangements for the management and maintenance of any surface water management features. The effect of the proposal on the green belt, and then any other policy matters and the overall planning balance. I'm aware that issues of health are also raised by the parish councils, and I see that as coming within the scope. We've programmed the evidence, and that could be addressed as part of the overall balance. So before we move forward, are there any additional documents in relation to the planning inquiry at the moment? Mr. Humphreys.
Madam, I don't think there are any additional documents. Inevitably, during planning inquiries, more documents emerge. I think the normal practice of the Programme Officer, Joanna Vincent, is to start a second consecutive list of documents, not inquiry 1, inquiry 2, inquiry 3. And I would have thought that's sensible. There might be exceptions to that where something's obviously a missing part of a core document, and so we make it a core document. But there aren't any documents that I'm aware of, but as I say, inevitably some will emerge.
Right, thank you. Can I ask the two district councils, are there any further documents you wish to submit?
Madam, there's just a couple of documents that I've sort of looked for which I couldn't find in the core documents, which might be useful to include. And those are the Releasing Development Strategy, which was adopted by the County Council, I think, around 2021. I've just managed to find a copy of it online. And that's referred to in the evidence on topic 1. And then also the Science Vale Area Strategy, which is a document that sits alongside the local transport plan, the previous version, because we've got the LTP4 is already in the documents, but I think the area strategies were a separate document, and again, it's something that's referred to in the evidence. So I've sort of myself managed to find those now. I'm sure the county probably can get them as well, or I'm not sure who should submit them. It would probably be useful to have them.
I think they should probably be core documents rather than inquiry
Yes, I think
documents.
so.
I think they are documents. I think the Releasing Development Strategy is one of Mr. Wisden's appendices, and the Science Vale area strategy again is part of one of the existing documents. But what I'll do is I'll just take it offline and speak to Ms. Dring. I mean, no, absolutely. And I think they're not sort of separate core documents, which is where obviously one would look, but they are amongst the documentation. I'll take that offline.
If we can have a look, and it might be that we simply add a link in the core documents to Mr. Wisdom's appendices. Gentleman at the back. Thank you.
I'm sort of at the limit of where the cord will allow me to bring it, but
Right.
I'll do my best.
Thank you. Ms. Lambert.
Nothing further at the moment, thank you, Madam.
Thank you.
Madam, 3 from me. I'm similar to Ms. Dring in this position. The first is the fusion strategy, the government's fusion strategy. Obviously, Professor Sir Ian Chapman refers to it extensively in his proof. It should have been appended, and it seems to have simply fallen off. So that's the first document. The second 2 are transport assessments. Alan James, in his Greenbelt proof of evidence, makes extensive reference to a transport assessment to do with the campus. And it seems that he wanted to put that in as a core document. He lists it at the end of his proof, but it doesn't seem that it ever made its way into the documents. So we'd asked for that to go in. Unfortunately, what it appears he's done is he's referred to a superseded version. So I need both the version that he's referred to and then the correct version, which subsequently followed that. So those are the 2 transport assessments.
So they should both be core documents, really.
I don't mind if they're inquiry documents or core documents. I suspect the fusion strategy definitely should be a core document. The other 2 I'm quite flexible on, and it doesn't make any difference as long as they are before the inquiry.
Okay. Was there a third one, or?
No, so
No,
one
it's
the
3 in total.
fusion strategy and then 2 transport assessments.
Can I ask you over one of the breaks to talk to Mrs. Vincent?
Yeah, of course, absolutely.
Maybe even Mr. Humphreys. Did you want to say something, Mr. Humphreys?
I was just going to say, you having asked me, there is one obvious document that probably should be a core document, and that's the December 2023 National Planning Policy Framework, which I think isn't a core document. I mean, we all know it and we're all very familiar with it, but I suppose it ought to be a core document, and probably one of the G series of documents. Those are the planning policy documents. A lot of people refer to it.
And probably the written ministerial statement that went with it. It's comments that might be relevant. So I thought that one out. Thank you for that. Mr. Woolley.
We have one additional document to put in. It will be Appendix H to Mr. Tamplin's proof of evidence, and it's headed The Garden Line. I have a few hard copies here, and I'm in your hands. I'll circulate as many as I can, otherwise we'll put it on the website.
I think on the website, I think again, if you could email it to Mrs.
I doubt it's going to determine the outcome of the inquiry one way or the other.
If you could email it to Mrs. Vincent,
Certainly.
and if I could have a hard copy, and probably Mr. Humphreys,
Certainly.
I think that,
Yes.
and that should leave you sufficient hard copies for your own group.
Yes.
For my own part, I won't have a hard copy, just an
Right,
electronic one. I
excellent.
try not to.
So
use
I'll have a hard
documents.
copy, and if anybody
We
else
can let you
would
have
like
it now
one.
if you like.
No? Pardon?
We can let you have it now if you like.
That would be good. Thank you. That's lovely. Thanks. So this is an appendices, an additional appendices H, right? Okay. So I've just got one further point on the planning inquiry. So you may be aware that PIBA has recently issued a good practice memorandum. It was towards the end of last year, and it includes guidance on the examination of witnesses. And I just draw your attention to one part in particular, which is, because it is quite a significant change, but that there should be no communication unless you've sought permission between an expert witness and their barrister or team or anyone else about the case once they begin to give their oral evidence. So this applies to any adjournment while the witness is still giving evidence. So previously, witnesses weren't in purdah until they started cross-examination, so now it's from the beginning of the evidence. So I'm not sure if everyone is familiar with that, but just in case they're not. Some witnesses are due to appear more than once, and I'm happy for that to be an exception. So it's just about the evidence that they're giving at that point, at that stage. So, for instance, Mr. Tamplin's giving evidence in planning, and that's fine. Once he's given his transport evidence, talk about planning evidence. So if you need a link, if anyone needs a link to that, I'll get the programme officer to provide it to you.
But, Madam, I imagine that holds good if the witness is not out overnight.
Sorry?
If the witness's evidence is unfinished overnight,
It's
then the purdah rule would continue to apply.
It will.
Yes.
But so for that reason, I'd really like it, and I'm sure the witnesses would really like it as well, that we don't hold it open over a weekend.
Indeed.
You know, we try and make sure on Friday that there's a very clear break. We do our best to do that. So just in terms, I'm only briefly going to touch on the orders inquiry. I'll provide more information on that later. But I want to give the acquiring authority, which is Oxfordshire County Council, advance notice that if there's any modifications to the order, and that's including the side roads order and the CPO, it'd be helpful to have a schedule of them at least 1 week before we start to hear the evidence in relation to the order. And that schedule should include the nature of the modification, the previous plan number, the proposed plan number, and the schedule, identify where the change in the schedule of the order would be. Because very often many of the modifications are quite minor and don't really need to take up much inquiry time, whereas others are more significant. So the programme officer will be contacting the parties to the orders inquiry, hopefully later in the week, so that we can try and get a timetable out as early as possible. And I'd like to do it, if we're able, by the week commencing 4th of March. So what we will require will be time estimates, so that, as well as any availability issues. So I think Mr. Godfrey mentioned there were certain dates in April he couldn't make. So if we have those early, it's quite easy to accommodate them. But the reason I'd like to get the time estimates quite early is to make sure that we've got sufficient sitting days and don't end up with a lengthy adjournment. So the previous inspector's note also set out the main considerations in respect of the orders inquiry, and I think, as Mr. Humphreys has already alluded to, the Secretary of State will want to understand whether the proposal would comply with the planning framework of the area, and a number of other matters. But where that evidence has been covered in the planning inquiry, we require no more than a short summary in relation to those matters. and we can even take that as read, so we don't need to repeat evidence at the subsequent inquiry. So are there any questions in relation to that? Mr. Godfrey, is Mr. Godfrey gone? Oh, no, he's still there. You understand, so we will contact the parties, including yourself and CPRE, and ask for time estimates, and also if you want to, time estimates for yourself and any questions you may want to ask of the acquiring authority's witness, and which one, and any constraints on availability. So if you've got a hospital appointment or you're on holiday, if you could let us know, then we can work around that. Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions on that? So, Mr. Woolley, you raised 2 points. I addressed one, the one about closing submissions, and you raised paragraph 22 of the pre-inquiry statement. So, paragraph 22 required a technical note. So there was one submitted by the applicant and there was one submitted by the local planning authority.
I think it's probably most convenient if I deal with it at the outset of my opening submissions.
Okay.
It will fit in quite tidily there.
Right, thank you for that.
I do wonder, Madam, if it is a legal point, and it may be that that is what it is, looking at paragraph 22, by the time Mr. Woolley comes to his opening, I will already have had my opening, so I don't mind when it's dealt with, but if it is necessary for me to say something in response, then I would welcome the opportunity to do so. I mean, it may not be, and I certainly don't intend to engage in lots of debate during all the openings, but I just put down that marker.
Thank you, Mr. Humphreys.
I quite understand.
Okay, so if there's nothing further, we'll move on and we'll hear the opening comments from the applicant.
So, Madam, these are the opening submissions on behalf of the County Council as applicant for planning permission and the acquiring authority in respect of the orders. Oxfordshire County Council, OCC, seeks planning permission for the Hif1 scheme, which comprises a multimodal transport infrastructure project required to transform the out-of-date and inadequate highway network in the area and unlock many thousands of homes and jobs. The homes and jobs are already planned and are premised on the scheme coming forward. Such housing and economic growth, to be sustainable, depends on the necessary infrastructure being in place to support it. That is the role of the scheme. This short opening will outline OCC's case as applicant for the grant of planning permission. OCC is also the acquiring authority for the purposes of the orders necessary to deliver the scheme. This opening will also outline the case for the orders, although more briefly, in the light of the evidence in respect of the orders being programmed to be heard later in the conjoined inquiries, and the fact that negotiations are continuing with the aim of enabling objections to the order to be withdrawn. The acquiring authority will ask to present an update on those negotiations and any other related matters at the beginning of the session dealing with the orders. So, development, objectives and benefits of the scheme. The scheme, Madam, as you've already outlined, comprises 4 interdependent components. The A4130 widening, a bridge over the railway west of Didcot, known as the Science Bridge, a new Thames River crossing, and a bypass for Clifton Hampton. The origin of the scheme lies in the ambitious growth planned and already being delivered in the area known as the Science Vale, which straddles the boundaries of the Vale of White Horse District Council and South Oxfordshire District Council, includes the 3 centres for science and technology at Harwell Campus, Culham Science Centre and Milton Park, and is supported by the larger settlements of Didcot, Grove and Wantage. Madam, it's worth looking at the district boundaries. They're slightly odd in this area as the scheme proceeds north. It starts in South Oxfordshire, goes into Vale of White Horse, and then ends up in South Oxfordshire, and that's because there is a part of the Vale of White Horse district to the west, generally, of the scheme, which sort of comes in. So you'll notice this particularly when you look at the safeguarding plans. Different parts of the scheme are safeguarded in different plans.
On that point, Mr. Humphreys, I meant to ask, could I have an A3 plan of the general area? I've sort of
yes.
There's lots of towns and settlements mentioned, and I've looked at where they are, but it would be helpful just to have it.
I'm sure we can do that
for
every inquiry I do, unless it's in a big city. I always buy the map and mark it up, even though
just
I actually
something that I can.
Yes,
relate.
that's what I always do.
Thank you.
But we'll provide something. It is an area of advanced economic and innovation growth that is home to a significant proportion of the region's scientific research and development and high technology businesses. It includes 2 enterprise zones, Science Vale UK and the Didcot Growth Accelerator. It anchors the Oxfordshire Knowledge Spine, which is a key north-south corridor of employment growth that covers Bicester, Oxford and the Science Vale. It is vitally important to the local, regional and national economy, and it's no exaggeration to say that the work undertaken in this area is of truly international significance. Indeed, in a letter to the Planning Inspectorate for this inquiry, the Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero emphasises the global significance of the Culham Centre and the importance of the scheme in enabling it to grow. And in footnote 1, I've set out some extracts from that letter. I won't read them all because of time, but you can see there I've underlined things central to the UK's ambition to lead the world in the development of commercial fusion energy. The campus will become a natural home for global fusion R&D in the same way that Silicon Valley is a natural home to tech development, supports economic growth across the UK. Any decision regarding new transport links in and around Abingdon is likely to have considerable implications for the ability of the Culham Centre for Fusion Energy to grow and capitalise on its globally unique position. So it is no exaggeration to say that Culham and generally the Science Vale is of huge importance to the UK and beyond. The enormous importance of the Culham Centre to the UK and the role of the scheme in delivering it is further endorsed by the evidence of Professor C. Ian Chapman, the CEO of UK AEA. The importance of the Culham Centre and the scheme in its ability to grow simply cannot be overstated. The scheme has been developed alongside the local plans, which have been adopted to drive this economic growth and complement it with significant housing growth. The Science Vale is a focus for growth in the Vale of White Horse local plan, and I give the date of the 2031 Part 1, adopted 2016, Part 2, adopted 2019, and the South Oxfordshire local plan, adopted in December 2020. For this reason, policies in the local plans expressly support the scheme and safeguard land for it. Large strategic allocations comprising thousands of homes and significant amounts of employment floor space are identified as being required to contribute to and are dependent upon the scheme. These policies were scrutinised and found sound by the inspectors examining the local plans. The inspectors expressly endorsed, firstly, the need for the scheme as mitigation for the development proposed, and secondly, the robustness of the transport studies that assessed the mitigation package. They found the scheme to be integral to both local plans' spatial strategies. The scale of growth is considerable. Evidence provided to the South Oxfordshire local plan examination showed that the scheme would directly underpin at least 19,319 homes within South Oxfordshire district and Vale of White Horse district areas. If one considers housing growth more broadly in the area, both homes recently constructed and expected to be up to and beyond 2035, the figure is 29,714. That is double the number of existing households in Abingdon. Local Transport Plan 4, LTP4, for the period 2015 to 2031, adopted in 2015, sets out area strategies, including for the Science Vale. This included all 4 components of the scheme as part of an integrated transport strategy for the area. In July 2022, OCC adopted its latest local transport plan entitled the Local Transport and Connectivity Plan 2022 to 2050, LTCP. The LTCP notes the ongoing work to deliver schemes from the LTP4 area strategies, and in Appendix 1, it reviews those area strategies. In respect of the Science Vale area strategy, there are a number of them, but in respect of the Science Vale area strategy, it makes clear that the 4 components of the scheme are in the course of being delivered, and in this way the scheme is carried forward into the LTCP, and you can see that those policies, the SV1 policies and the SV2 policies in the LTP4 are provided and commented on and carried forward into the LTCP. The scheme is clearly embedded and supported in adopted policy, both development plan and transport plan policy. The scheme is the cornerstone of the transport strategy to deliver the planned growth and the continued prosperity of the Science Vale. Without the scheme, the local plans would not have been found sound. The policy does not just support the scheme, it makes absolutely clear that it is necessary. The scheme takes its name from the government's Housing Infrastructure Fund, from which OCC was awarded £218 million after a competitive and formal bid process. The fund was to provide for new infrastructure that sought to unlock homes in the area of greatest housing need. Unlocking housing growth is at the heart of the scheme, but its role in facilitating significant and important employment growth should also be recognised. It enables the sustainable co-location of jobs and homes. The scheme is aligned with and draws strong support from national policy. The scheme, by being rooted in development plan and transport plan policy, is, quote, genuinely plan-led. In accordance with National Planning Policy Framework paragraph 11, the scheme enables sustained growth by, quote, aligning growth and infrastructure. Of specific relevance is MPPF policy encouraging larger scale housing development, provided it can be supported by the necessary infrastructure, and seeking to create the conditions in which businesses can invest, expand, and adapt, including by addressing, and again quote, potential barriers to investment, such as inadequate infrastructure. The local transport network in the area currently suffers from serious limitations and issues. There is considerable congestion, including on the A4130, on the roads around Didcot, and at the Culham Bridges and Clifton Hampton Bridge, where the network relies on listed 19th century infrastructure. The age of the structures and the limited options for crossing the Thames result in severe and very little resilience, severance and very little resilience in the highway network, with repairs and flooding regularly exacerbating already significant issues. Congestion impacts bus reliability, viability, and attractiveness. The Great Western Main Line provides further severance to the south, and the surrounding constraints and inadequate transport infrastructure inhibit Didcot's potential and ambitions as a garden town. There is a paucity of active travel provision across the Science Vale. In Didcot and the wider Science Vale area, the active travel network is fragmented and limited. For example, there is currently no direct cycle route between Didcot and the Culham Science Centre, but only convoluted options, including on narrow and congested roads which are not conducive to cycling, even for the most experienced cyclists. These fundamental problems exist now. The network is not fit for purpose currently, even leaving aside the impacts of the substantial housing and employment growth that is coming forward. Objectors raise the robustness of highway modelling, which the applicant's evidence will of course address. But this focus on the modelling and the question of precisely how much worse the problems will get in the future should not obscure the fact that the deficiencies are plain to see on the ground today. The scheme will address these issues in an integrated and effective way. It will alleviate congestion on the highway network and enable modal shift across Science Vale, including by facilitating the enhancement of bus services and encouraging walking and cycling. It will improve accessibility across the River Thames and the Great Western Main Line, increase resilience on the network, and provide direct routes linking up the housing and employment sites, rather than forcing traffic to adopt circuitous routes and cuts through villages. It will in future years take traffic out of villages and settlements, especially Appleford, Clifton Hampton, Sutton Courtenay, and Didcot. Its environmental effects are positive, reducing traffic noise in settlements and air quality and climate change impacts of congestion. It will enable sustainable and hugely important housing and employment growth, which would otherwise have to be refused due to severe transport impacts. The applicant's evidence will show that the scheme is genuinely multimodal. The assumption underpinning a number of objections that the scheme is essentially a road-only scheme designed for the private car bears no relation to what is actually proposed and what will be achieved. In particular, the scheme will enhance bus journey time reliability and enable new bus service links, as evidenced in the representation from the Oxford Bus Company. There are significant active travel benefits in the provision of approximately 20 kilometres of new and or improved off-carriageway cycling and pedestrian infrastructure. The scheme also enables wider connectivity to footpaths, bridleways, and other cycle networks. Again, I just draw attention to the footnote, which is from the Didcot Local Cycling and Walking Infrastructure plan, that's a 2023 plan, which talks about Hif1 as being the cornerstone of a future wider active travel network, and also talks about it being the central puzzle piece that unlocks a predominantly off-road walking and cycling route. D. The scheme does not aim to provide unlimited highway capacity for cars and has not been modelled and designed on that basis. The scheme is fundamental to delivering the aims of the Didcot Garden Town by reducing the impact of existing and forecast traffic within the area using a decide and provide methodology. The scheme will help to make walking and cycling more attractive and to realise the network improvements identified in the adopted Didcot Local Cycling and Walking Infrastructure Plan. So, issues in the call-in inquiry. The applicant's evidence will address the 14 likely main issues identified by the inspector. A number of these issues relate to the 8 proposed reasons for refusal resolved upon by the local planning authorities Planning and Regulation Committee, contrary to the professional advice from the LPA officers. The Secretary of State's exercise of his call-in power to call in the application means that the power to decide the application now lies with the Secretary of State, not the LPA. But in any event, it is important to note that matters were considered further by the committee at a meeting on the 27th of September 2003, at which the committee revised its position by resolving to adopt an overall neutral position. In respect of the previous 8 proposed reasons for refusal, the committee resolved not to oppose the application on any of these points, insofar as the committee still raised certain concerns in respect of proposed reason 3, traffic modelling, and reason 8, LTCP compliance. The LPA has subsequently advised that those reasons have been addressed in reliance on the review by Origin Transport Consultants. A supplementary statement of common ground between the LPA and the applicant dated the 9th of January 2024 confirms that the applicant and the LPA do not have any matters of dispute between them. Further, both district LPAs are firmly behind the scheme, both South Oxfordshire and Vale of White Horse. The applicant's case on issues 1 and 3 concerning need for and benefits of the scheme and whether the proposal would make acceptable provision for sustainable travel, including walking and cycling, and are thereby in accordance with the LTCP, has been outlined already. In respect of issue 2, concerning traffic modelling, the modelling approach has been developed over a number of years and has been carried out in 3 stages, each building on previous work and ensuring that the best available traffic data has been used in the decision-making process. First, high-level strategic modelling was undertaken using the Oxfordshire Strategic Model, OSM, a model which considers Oxfordshire as a whole. Secondly, detailed micro-simulation modelling of the entire Didcot area, including the area covered by the scheme, was carried out using the Didcot Paramix micro-simulation model. Thirdly, detailed assessment of specific junctions was undertaken using standalone junction models. The modelling is robust and has formed the basis for the comprehensive transport assessment supporting the scheme. The Transport Development Control Team of OCC, you'll sometimes see that abbreviated in documents as TDC, at OCC as Highway Authority, scrutinised and confirmed that they were satisfied with the modelling as part of the planning application process. Since the call-in decision, OCC as LPA, Local Planning Authority, has commissioned further work from Origin, which again supports the robustness of the modelling process. In respect of issue 4, concerning the consideration of alternatives, the scheme is the product of a detailed and multi-stage optioneering process which took place between 2014 and 2021. options assessments reports were produced in 2018 and 2019, and then a further options appraisal report was produced in 2021, which reflected the updated evidence base. On alternatives, it should be noted that this inquiry is concerned with the scheme for which planning permission is being sought, not some other alternative project. The question of whether to grant planning permission must be determined by reference to the planning merits of the scheme. Case law indicates that the consideration of alternative sites or schemes will only be relevant to a planning application in exceptional circumstances. And the footnote there, 18, is to the Save Stonehenge site. That's the 2021 well, it was decision reported in 2022. A lot of people will have read in the newspaper this morning there was a second challenge yesterday that was defeated. Same judge, Mr. Justice Holgate, so not surprisingly he didn't go against his own previous decision from 2 years ago. Ground 2 in the decision which was handed down yesterday related to alternatives, it does not undermine the previous decision that I've set out there at footnote 18. In the present case, Oxfordshire County Council will say that no such circumstances exist. No such exceptional circumstances. The Town and Country Planning Environmental Impact Assessment Regulations 2018 requires that the environmentalist statement to include a description of reasonable alternatives studied by the developer and an indication of the main reasons for the option chosen. The ES plainly complies with that obligation. In respect of issue 5, concerning the effect of the proposal on the character and appearance of the surrounding landscape, including any loss of trees and or hedges, the County Council acknowledges that there will be certain adverse landscape and visual impacts, which are considered inevitable given the nature of the scheme and the change in land use. Extensive landscape planting is provided as mitigation, and every appropriate opportunity has been taken to enhance tree, hedgerow and other planting, including along highway boundaries. The impacts are significantly outweighed by the need for and the benefits of the scheme. In respect of issue 6, noise impacts, there will be some adverse noise impacts during construction and operation, but the construction impacts are temporary, and in terms of operation, overall, considerably more residential properties will experience a reduction in noise than an increase. Embedded mitigation has been incorporated into the alignment of the scheme, and additional mitigation has been included in the form of low noise surfacing and noise barriers at key locations. The scheme complies with national and local noise policy. In respect of issue 7, air quality impacts, the assessment shows that there are no predicted exceedances of air quality objective values, and there will be no significant air quality effects during construction or operation, such that the scheme is compliant with policy. Although not specifically identified, Madam, in your list of issues, the proposed reasons for refusal mention the absence of a health impact assessment. Impacts on health have, however, been properly addressed and reported as now accepted by the local planning authority. In respect of issue 8, climate change and carbon emissions, the assessment shows that following the implementation of identified mitigation measures, the scheme would have no significant residual effects on the climate or the government's ability to meet its climate change target for 2050, that's the net zero target, or its 5-yearly budgets. And we're currently going through, I think we're near the end of the 3rd budget period. We've got the 4th, and the 6th budget has been set. In fact, during operation, there will be a beneficial effect due to a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions as a result of reduced congestion and journey times. In respect of issue 9, concerning the design of the Didcot Science Bridge, the design is necessarily influenced to a significant degree by the engineering requirements of designing a bridge over a railway, including Network Rail's requirements. Other than at site level, landscape and visual impacts of the bridge have been assessed to be non-significant. Appropriate landscaping and tree planting is proposed, and certain aesthetic enhancements are possible, including illumination and finished treatments. The footnote there to footnote 22 also refers to some of the conditions, and again, this may be a topic for the round table. In respect of issue 10, biodiversity, enhancements to biodiversity, along with measures to avoid, mitigate, and compensate biodiversity features, will be implemented, and a minimum biodiversity net gain of 10% will be attained. In respect of issue 11, heritage, the potential for some less than substantial harm is outweighed by the public benefits of the scheme arising from the scheme. In respect of issue 12, flooding, workers was undertaken during the application to address flood risk issues raised by the Environment Agency, and the Environment Agency withdrew its flood risk objection on the 13th of March last year. In respect of issue 13, Greenbelt, the applicant's position is that the scheme is not inappropriate development in the Greenbelt by reason of falling within paragraph 115C of the MPPF, i.e. a local transport infrastructure which can demonstrate a requirement for a Greenbelt location, and because the scheme satisfies the paragraph 155 proviso of preserving Greenbelt openness and not conflicting with the purposes of including land within the Greenbelt. Even if the Secretary of State were to conclude that paragraph 155C was not applicable, then the applicant's alternative position is that very special circumstances clearly exist so as to make the scheme policy compliant. Those circumstances derive from the scheme's wide-ranging social, economic, and environmental benefits, which together attract very substantial weight. Finally, in respect of issue 14, the applicant will say that the scheme is in accordance with the development plan for the purposes of section 38(6) of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2004, and that the planning balance comes down firmly in favour of granting permission. Then just a few words about the orders. The three orders are required to deliver the scheme, for which the powers are all contained in the Highways Act 1980. There's a compulsory purchase order, CPO, a side roads order, the SRO, and a bridge scheme, abbreviated to the bridge scheme, which is pretty straightforward. OCC, as acquiring authority, will say that a compelling case in the public interest exists for the CPO in accordance with the CPO guidance. In the light of the need for and substantial benefits of the scheme, all the land and rights are necessary to deliver the scheme, and the acquiring authority has sought and continues to seek to acquire interest by negotiation. The SRO, so the side roads order, if confirmed, will authorise the acquiring authority to improve highways, stop up existing highways and private means of access to premises affected by the scheme, and to construct new highways and provide new private means of access required as a consequence of the scheme works. The acquiring authority will say that the tests in section 14(6) and section 125(3) are satisfied. The bridge scheme enables the construction of the new Thames crossing. In accordance with section 107(1), the new bridge will not impede the reasonable requirements of navigation, which is one of the tests. There are 32 remaining objections to the orders, of which 23 are statutory objections where the objector has land interests impacted by the scheme, and the acquiring authority will continue to engage with objectors with a view to resolving their objections. So, in conclusion, for all the above reasons, the applicant will in due course ask that planning permission be granted for the scheme, and the acquiring authority will also ask that the orders be confirmed. Madam, those are our opening submissions.
Thank you, Mr. Humphreys. It's 11:40 now, so I think that's an appropriate point for a break. If we return in 15 minutes, so that's at 5:02, and then we'll move on and hear the remaining opening submissions. Can I just check, Mr. Perriam, the local planning authority, I was advised, was making an opening statement. That's right. Right, okay. There's a space for you at the table here. Okay, thank you. So we're adjourned now for 15 minutes. So can you take your seats, please? Thank you. So can I just remind the main parties to email their opening submissions to Mrs. Vincent so she can put them on the website. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam,
So-
you asked for a plan.
Oh, excellent. I wasn't expecting it
So
so
I think
quickly.
you're going to get two. So that's the one that has, it's Mr. Wisdom's figure 3. So that I don't think needs to become a separate inquiry document. It's there, you've just got it blown up. But this one will need to become an inquiry document. It's just basically the same plan, but with the legend taken off and the road names put on, and that we can email to the programme officer and make sure that that just goes on the site so that everyone knows what you've got.
So,
Yeah, the one that has the names of all the sites, that the one you're looking at there,
I've seen that.
yeah,
haven't I?
that's
Yeah.
Aaron Wisdom's figure 3. So we could add it as a separate inquiry document, but that already
No,
exists.
It's already there.
Yeah, it's this one which we've created.
Okay. Thank you for that. It just makes it more understandable. Thank you. Could you email document 3 to the to Mrs. Vincent? Thank you. And Mr. Woolley, the document you handed up as Appendix H, can you make sure that's emailed to Mrs. Vincent?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Mr. Tamplin's very interested in it.
This one. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on and hear the opening comments from the local planning authority. That's Oxfordshire County Council. Thank you, Mr. Perriam.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam. I'm Rachel Wildman. I'm Director of Planning, Environment and Climate Change.
Can I just ask you to pause? Are people able to hear? No, I think it... Do you want to just try again and just check,
Can
especially as your back's to people?
Yeah. Can people hear now?
10 miles?
What do I need to do? Is that better? Oh, you've turned it up. Okay. Well, is everything okay? Yep. Okay. Good morning. I am Rachel Wildman, Director of Planning, Environment and Climate Change for Oxfordshire County Council. I am the Senior Officer responsible for the statutory functions of the County Council as local planning authority related to county matters, that's minerals and waste management developments, and the County Council's planning applications for its own developments, that's schools and highways infrastructure schemes. The planning application for the Didcot Garden Town Hif1 scheme, which is the subject of this planning inquiry, was submitted to the County Council as local planning authority for its determination in November 2021. It was duly advertised and and consulted on, and there were 2 subsequent periods of advertisement and consultation in relation to the receipt of further environmental information and amendments to the planning application. The application was reported to the meeting of the County Council's Planning and Regulation Committee on the 17th and 18th of July 2023 with an officer recommendation for conditional planning permission to be granted, subject to the application first being referred to the Secretary of State as in accordance with the Town and Country Planning Consultation England Regs 2021 to enable him to consider whether the application should be called in for his own determination. The committee gave careful consideration to the application with regard to the development plan and other material considerations, including national planning policies and guidance, its own statutory local transport and connectivity plan, the LTCP, and non-statutory corporate strategies. The committee heard deputations against the application from 25 third parties who opposed the application, as well as those in support from the applicant. The committee then debated the application at considerable length, and having taken the officer report and addenda and the representations made at the committee meeting into consideration, resolved to refuse the application for 8 reasons. Reason 1. The Climate Change Committee's June 2023 report to Parliament had not been properly taken into account in the application. Reason 2. Lack of very special circumstances for the development set against Greenbelt policy. Reason 3. The impact of traffic on Abingdon and Didcot has not been assessed in the application. Reason 4. Noise impacts on Appleford. Reason 5, the absence of a health impact assessment. Reason 6, the harm to the landscape. Reason 7, the Science Bridge was not of adequate design for a gateway feature to Didcot. And reason 8, conflict with policy of the Council's Local Transport and Connectivity Plan 2022 to 2050, the LTCP. However, before the decision notice could be issued, the application was called in for the determination by the Secretary of State to follow consideration by the Inspector at the public inquiry, commencing today. A further report on the application was presented to the Planning and Regulation Committee at its meeting on the 27th of September 2023 for the committee to consider its position with regard to the application at the public inquiry. Whilst not formally amending the application or environmental statement, the applicant provided information seeking to address the 8 reasons for refusal set out by the committee. Having considered the additional information provided by the applicant carefully, the committee, instead of pursuing the previously identified reasons for refusal, resolved to adopt an overall neutral position to the development proposed, subject to the Inspector's consideration of its remaining concerns with regard to the impacts of the development on the local community and the environment. With regard to each of the previous reasons for refusal, its position, as at September 2023, was: Reason 1. It no longer opposes the proposal in terms of this reason, subject to confirming to the Inspector that it believes any planning permission granted should be subject to a condition to deliver a bus priority scheme, and also to a condition requiring the submission, approval and implementation of a carbon management plan to provide further details on emissions and include details of how whole life carbon emissions will be reduced, and consider opportunities to reduce emissions associated with the construction phase. This carbon management plan should be required by condition to be submitted and approved prior to commencement of construction, and to remain in place during construction and be updated as needed during that period, and also that the operation of the carbon management plan should be extended beyond the construction period. It is also requested that the Inspector considers how the scheme will work alongside the rail strategy for the area to further enhance the most sustainable forms of transport. Reason 2. Very special circumstances have been demonstrated and do exist. The LPA's position is therefore that it does not oppose or in any way object to the application on Greenbelt grounds. Reason 3. The application is considered to be in accordance with relevant development plan policies and national transport policies. However, the LPA is concerned whether the wider traffic impacts beyond the application area have been fully assessed. The LPA does not oppose the application on this point, but is concerned with regard to the extent of traffic modelling undertaken by the applicant, and asks that in reaching their recommendation to the Secretary of State, the inspector only recommend approval if they are satisfied that the traffic modelling carried out has robustly examined the wider traffic impacts beyond the application area, and that conditions for the provision of bus prioritisation are attached to any planning permission granted by the Secretary of State. Following the pre-inquiry meeting held on the 9th of November 2023, the previous inspector requested a technical note from the local planning authority with regard to this reason. Officers commissioned a technical review of the traffic modelling, and a note was produced which concluded that it could not support the committee's concern that the traffic modelling carried out by the applicant had not robustly examined the wider traffic impacts beyond the application area. The committee noted and did not dispute the findings within this technical review of the transport modelling at its meeting of the 15th of January 2024. The submitted technical note therefore represents the final position of the LPA in respect of the adequacy of the applicant's transport modelling. Reason 4. The concerns raised about noise by the local community are understood. The applicant has proposed 2 conditions with regard to exploring the possibility of relocating the proposed noise barrier closer to the proposed carriageway adjacent to Appleford Village by relocating it between the non-motorised user provision and the carriageway, and installing noise monitoring equipment at a location in the proximity of Appleford Village for the duration of the construction works of the Didcot to Column River crossing. It is recognised that there will be some noise impacts arising from the proposal, but that overall, whilst these impacts are regrettable, they are outweighed by the benefits of the scheme. Subject to inclusion of the 2 proposed conditions in the grant of any planning permission, and the inspector first being satisfied that the benefits outweigh the harms, and that it is necessary therefore to accept them if the spatial strategy is to be delivered, and the aims of chapters 5 and 6 of the NPPF are to be met, the local planning authority does not oppose the proposal in relation to noise. Reason 5. The applicant provided a new document to address the health impact assessment issue, which highlights the relevant chapter in the environmental statement, which provides information on human health. This was provided to the Planning and Regulation Committee at its meeting on the 27th of September 2023. Taken with the information formally submitted in the environmental statement, the updated clarification ensures the health impacts of the application have been properly assessed, and the application is therefore not opposed in this regard. Reason 6. The applicant has committed to improvements to the proposed landscape planting. Subject to conditions to secure this additional detail, the application is not opposed. Reason 7. The applicant has committed to enhance the design of the Didcot Science Bridge. Subject to the applicant, within the constraints of the Network Rail design requirements, working with the LPA to enhance the design of the bridge during development of the detailed design for the structure by way of a mutually agreeable planning condition for consideration by the inspector, should this be considered necessary, the development is not opposed. Following the pre-inquiry meeting held on the 9th of November 2023, the previous inspector requested a note to explain how the LPA considers that the design of the Science Bridge can be enhanced by way of a condition when the proposal is a full application. The provided note clarifies that it is intended that it is only the external appearance of the design of the Science Bridge which is dealt with by condition through the submission of details of its external appearance, to which end the expectation would be that details are submitted of the materials to be used, including their colours. Reason 8. the application is not directly opposed on this point, but instead the local planning authority has concerns with regard to how the applicant has approached the traffic modelling for a new road scheme, contrary to the policies of the Local Transport and Connectivity Plan, LTCP. In reaching their recommendation to the Secretary of State, the inspector should only recommend approval to the application if they are satisfied that, having considered the evidence put forward, the traffic modelling for the proposed new road has adopted a decide and provide approach, or that if it is concluded it has not or has done so inadequately, that this does not outweigh the strong support for the development provided in the development plan as a matter of principle, and that it is necessary therefore to accept the proposal if the spatial strategy is to be delivered and the aims of chapters 5 and 6 of the MPPF are to be met. Following the pre-inquiry meeting held on the 9th of November 2023, the previous inspector requested a technical note from the LPA with regard to this reason. The submitted note concluded that the applicant had approached the traffic modelling in accordance with the policies of the LTCP, and that the applicant had in fact adopted a decide and provide approach. The technical note sets out the final position of the LPA in respect of LTCP compliance. Subject to these remaining concerns being addressed as I have highlighted, it is the position of the LPA that the planning application is supported in principle by the Vale of Whitehorse Local Plan and the South Oxfordshire Local Plan and chapters 5 and 6 of the National Planning Policy Framework. In response to the inspector's further procedural letters sent between December 2023 and February 2024, the LPA provided a technical note on transport matters, as well as a further note setting out where the various additional topics which the inspector wishes to consider had been addressed in its written statement of case, statements of common ground, and the committee reports presented to its Planning and Regulation Committee and annexed to its statement of case. In line with its overall position of overall neutrality, the LPA is not presenting evidence through witnesses to the public inquiry, but relies on its written statement of case, the statements of common ground, and the technical and other notes provided to the inspector. Nonetheless, officers of the LPA will of course be available to assist the inspector with any questions that may arise during the inquiry on which she should wish to receive clarification, and to engage in the discussion of any conditions which should be attached should planning permission be granted by the Secretary of State. Thank you very much.
Sorry.
I'm for South Oxfordshire. So we start with South Oxford. Thank you very much. Oh, well, I better hand it round before I start reading out the start. Right. Thank you, Madam. So this is the opening statement on behalf of South Oxfordshire District Council. The Hif1 scheme comprises 4 distinct elements, of which the Clifton Hampton bypass section lies wholly within South Oxfordshire's administrative area. The northern and southern ends of the Didcot to Cullen River crossing section lie within South Oxfordshire's administrative area, and the eastern end of the Didcot Science Bridge section is within the area, where it rejoins the A4 130 from Hawker's Roundabout up to where the Cullen River crossing section begins. SODC strongly supports this planning application. The delivery of the Hif1 scheme is essential to facilitate significant housing and employment growth, which is planned for in the South Oxfordshire Local Plan 2035, which I refer to as the SALT. The Hif1 road infrastructure is necessary to mitigate strategic housing allocations of 3,500 homes at Cullen Science Centre, which is in Policy Strat 9, and 1,700 homes at Berensfield in Policy Strat 10-1, and to support significant development at Didcot Garden Town, including 6,339 homes in SODC's area over the plan period, and that's found in Policies Strat 3 and H2 of the local plan. These are all sustainable locations close to important employment opportunities to support employment growth and limit journey length. These allocations are fundamental to SODC's spatial strategy. The relevant policies each make clear that the delivery of the housing is contingent on the delivery of Hif1. Put simply, without the Hif1 scheme, this planned growth cannot come forward. The scheme is also necessary to support planned employment growth in the Science Vale, in particular 5 hectares at Berensfield Garden Town and at least 7.3 hectares at and adjacent to Cullen Science Centre. CSC is an internationally important research and knowledge centre owned by UK AEA and home to the Cullen Centre for Fusion Energy. It is essential that its continued success and growth is supported. More generally, the Hif1 scheme was included in the transport modelling, which formed the evidence base for the local plan, and thus underpinned the housing allocations and planned transport improvements. The need for Hif1 and the risk that slippage would jeopardise housing delivery and threaten the 5-year housing land supply position was also a major reason why the local plan identified housing supply which exceeded its housing requirement by 27%. And Madam, the figure there is it's 30,056 houses are planned for versus a requirement of 23,550. That's found in the supporting text to Policy H1. The need for Hif1 was fully accepted by the inspector who examined the local plan and found it sound. His report identifies that the Hif1 scheme must be delivered prior to any significant development at Cullen, that it needs to be in place prior to the commencement of development at Berensfield, and that it will enable infrastructure to support key development sites in and around Didcot. Throughout the development and examination of the local plan, it was assumed that the Hif1 scheme would come forward. In fact, it was anticipated that it would be delivered by 2024. The existence of this important highways infrastructure thus underpins the soundness of the allocations and indeed the spatial strategy. It's not an exaggeration to say that the refusal of planning permission for Hif1 would be catastrophic for the district. The benefits of this scheme are largely the other side of the coin to the needs. Thus, the major benefit of the scheme is, unsurprisingly, the delivery of necessary infrastructure to enable significant plan-led housing and employment growth. Both housing and employment growth are matters which are to be given a high level of weight as a matter of national policy, and the scale of benefit in this case is huge. SODC also considers that the segregated provision for walking and cycling throughout the entire length of the Hif1 scheme and the proposal to secure bus priority measures via conditions are significant benefits which align with its policies on sustainable transport. This is not diminished by the presence of the road. Both are needed and both would deliver important benefits. For reasons already explained, the Hif1 scheme is fundamental to the spatial strategy of the local plan and its successful delivery. The scheme is clearly in accordance with and supported by the spatial strategy and the housing, transport and employment policies of the plan. It is inevitable that a scheme of this nature and scale cannot be delivered without some harmful effects. SODC does not shy away from this. On the basis of the application materials, there would be harm to the character and appearance of the surrounding landscape, which would be exacerbated by the significant tree loss. There is some valid criticism of the design of the bridges. SODC also considers that the Hif1 scheme would impact on the openness of the green belt. SODC will carefully consider the evidence presented to the inquiry on these and other topics and will reflect on it and update its position as necessary in the planning evidence and in closing submissions. but SODC will argue that the need for and benefits of the Hif1 scheme clearly establish the very special circumstances required to outweigh the harm to the Greenbelt. Although the Hif1 scheme would conflict with local plan policies on character and appearance, it's supported by the key strategic policies and is judged to be clearly in accordance with the plan as a whole. SODC will argue that there are no other material considerations which indicate the application should be refused, therefore permission should be granted so that this essential infrastructure can be delivered. Thank you.
Madam, these are the opening submissions on behalf of Vale of White Horse District Council. This inquiry follows a planning application made by Oxfordshire County Council for the construction of highways infrastructure, summarised, and I've set it out, Madam, but it's been rehearsed more than once today, so I won't rehearse that again. But turning to the end of paragraph 1, the application was called in by the Secretary of State by virtue of a letter dated 25th of July 2023, before a formal decision on the application was issued by the local planning authority. The location is a linear site which traverses both Vale of White Horse District Council and South Oxfordshire District Council. Most of the development that would take place within Vale of White Horse is on land that is allocated or safeguarded in the adopted development plan and in the emerging local plan. As set out in its statement of case, Vale of White Horse strongly supports the principle of development. The Council's decision to support this scheme has not been ad hoc decision taken lightly, or indeed under pressure, as is suggested by some objectors. The adopted local plan and the emerging local plan include extensive consideration of the need for new homes in the district, which also includes meeting some of the need of the neighbouring authority, Oxford City Council. This development complies with local plan policies and is, quote, critical to the delivery of the Vale of White Horse District Council Development Plan spatial strategy for planned housing and employment supply. The Council's case, policy and strategy of the development plan. The National Planning Policy Framework sets out government policy in a concise framework. Paragraph 15 tells us that the planning system should be genuinely plan-led and that up-to-date plans should provide a positive vision for the future of each area, a framework for meeting housing needs and addressing other economic, social and environmental priorities, and a platform for local people to shape their surroundings. Under the heading Plan Making, the NPPF sets out that strategic policies should set out an overall strategy for the pattern, scale and design quality of places to ensure outcomes support beauty and placemaking and make sufficient provision for housing, employment, retail, leisure and other commercial development. The national context of up-to-date local plans is well known to be poor. This council benefits from a relatively recent development plan. Part 1, setting out the spatial strategy and strategic policies, was adopted in December 2016. Part 2, sets out policies and locations for housing, was adopted in October 2019. Part 1 was subject of a review in 2021. The local plan is therefore post-NPPF. Part 1 has been reviewed within 5 years, and Part 2 is less than 5 years old. The contention by some objectors that the development plan for Vale of White Horse is out of date is refuted. There is no such thing as an out-of-date development plan. Together with South Oxfordshire District Council, Vale of White Horse has also made considerable progress with a joint local plan which has reached Regulation 18 stage. Both plans, current and emerging, set out a clear spatial strategy, identifying in particular where homes and jobs are to be provided and makes provision for the infrastructure needed to support them. The strategy and the policies were examined, and the plans, Part 1 and Part 2, were found sound, that is, in accordance with paragraph 35 of the NPPF. The JLP further includes proposed policy IN3 to safeguard land for the proposed highways infrastructure, the subject of this application within the Council's area. The need for the scheme. Core Policy 4 of Part 1 and Core Policy 4A, Part 2, set a combined housing requirement of at least 22,760 homes for the district and cross-boundary needs. Total housing supply in Core Policy 4A is 25,359 dwellings, and if not completed, the same allocations and more exist in the joint local plan. Science Vale is a nationally and globally important hotspot for enterprise and innovation. Overall, approximately 70% of the predicted jobs and 75% of the strategic housing are to be delivered within the Science Vale ring-fenced area. Part 1, paragraph 4.44 states, and I quote, "Essential strategic highway infrastructure has been identified to support the identified growth across Science Vale." Core Policy 15, Part 1 sets out an employment provision of 208 acres for South East Vale, with much of this being within Science Vale. Core Policy 17, Part 1 lists the Hif1 scheme specifically as necessary to mitigate the impact of planned growth across Science Vale to secure the future economic viability of the area. The Council, I quote, stresses that there is a, quote, significant strategic need and multiple benefits of the Hif1 scheme, and there is a relationship between significant levels of identified housing and employment in adopted and emerging local plans that are dependent on the delivery of the Hif1 scheme. In short, it is critical to housing and employment in the area and to the future of economic growth at Science Vale. The benefits. The benefits of the development are significant for the Council and the wider area. They include delivery of a significant amount of development meeting objectively assessed need allocation in the development plan and identified commercial land, housing and employment opportunities, investment in the local and wider economy through construction works, new residents and employees bringing economic benefits, housing, including affordable housing, sustainable travel links by public transport, cycling and walking between housing and commercial areas, new planting and biodiversity net gain, much needed improvement to Didcot, avoiding development moratoriums, enduring traffic pressures and poor connectivity. The benefits are, in the opinion of the Council's planning witness, Mr. Butler, substantial. Importantly, not providing the proposals would exacerbate road congestion for permitted housing and employment in the Vale of Whitehorse district and jeopardise future housing development. As Ms Baker sets out, a calculation undertaken in 2020 demonstrated that Hif1 would underpin at least 19,319 homes directly within South Oxfordshire and Vale of Whitehorse districts. That figure is now likely to be higher. To conclude, when all of this is considered, the Council's position is that the development is compliant with the development plan and NPPF policies, and granting permission would be consistent with the emerging joint local plan. The principle of the development is in accordance with the development plan policies, and subject to condition, there is compliance with a number of other wide-ranging policies, and there is no conflict with development plan policies in relation to flooding and drainage, air quality, contamination, watercourses and public rights of way. There is some conflict with policy CP44 in Part 1 in relation to landscape and visual impacts, and some limited conflict with DP16B of Part 2 in relation to the design of the bridges. Whilst the Council is not calling expert evidence on these matters, it will listen to the expert evidence of others and update its position if necessary when planning evidence is provided. But to the extent that there may be any conflict with the development plan or other harm arising from this development, it is submitted that this is more than outweighed by its benefits. And for all those reasons, in due course, the Secretary of State will respectfully be invited to grant permission. Thank you, Madam.
Madam, the United Kingdom Atomic Energy Authority appears at this inquiry because the development of its headquarters at the Trilham campus is one of the foremost examples of why the scheme is needed now. The Trilham campus is at the centre of fusion development globally. By permitting the scheme now, the future development of the campus will be unlocked and substantial national benefits will be secured through the future growth of what is already a facility of national as well as international significance. The importance of this future development at the Trilham campus is recognised in the government's fusion energy strategy and has been confirmed very recently in a letter directly to this inquiry from the Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero. The development plan also recognises that the Trilham campus is the leading UK centre for fusion research and technology and is of international importance, with commensurate policy support for its growth. If planning permission is not granted for the scheme, the future development of the campus and the associated national benefits will be stifled and may be lost altogether. And the scheme is long overdue. It must be permitted now and delivered quickly. Any further delay would be intolerable, both for the UK AEA and for Oxfordshire. I turn then to the Secretary of State's third issue, but logically taken first, which is accordance with the development plan. The proper starting point is, of course, for this application, the development plan, and at the commencement of this inquiry, three aspects are of critical importance. First is the support for the future development of the Science Vale and Trilham campus specifically, which pervades the development plan. The Science Vale is recognised as an international location for science and technology, which should continue to grow as a world-renowned science, research and innovation hub that attracts business, creates job opportunities and delivers housing growth. This ambition is embedded in the overarching vision and objectives of the development plan, and it is made real by the strategic policies in the plan which make the Science Vale the focus for major new development, including specifically at Trilham. The growth of the Science Vale is not a one-dimensional objective focused on never-ending swathes of employment land. Rather, the development plan envisages sustainable growth within the Vale, where housing and employment sites are co-located and interlinked. Nowhere is this more apparent than at the Trilham campus. The Trilham campus is inset from the Greenbelt and entirely within the strategic allocation Strat 8 in the South Oxfordshire local plan. This allocation of some 77 hectares directly supports the redevelopment and intensification of the campus to deliver at least a net increase in employment land of 7.3 hectares, which is the second largest single employment allocation in the plan. Further, and at the same time, the adjacent land, amounting to some 217 hectares, is allocated for approximately 3,500 homes by policy Strat 9, and that is the largest single housing allocation in the plan. There is no better example of strategic, sustainable development within the Science Vale. Secondly, there is clear and unequivocal support for the delivery of the scheme. There is a raft of strategic policies which lend strong and unequivocal support to its delivery. Thirdly, the development plan expressly acknowledges the link between the delivery of the scheme and the delivery of other essential development, in particular housing, in the county. This applies specifically to the Trilham campus as well. The development plan recognises that it cannot expand as planned without necessary infrastructure, including the Didcot to Trilham River crossing and the Clifton-Hampton bypass. It is, of course, no surprise that the County Council's officers reached exactly the same conclusion when recommending the grant of planning permission for the scheme. All of the technical material about the scheme that they reviewed, and which is now before this inquiry, points clearly to an urgent need to deliver the scheme in order to lock essential development in the county, not least at the Trilham campus. So to the inquiry today. None of these components of the development plan are seriously disputed by any party. Indeed, faced with clear words of the development plan, some objectors appear to want to simply wish it away. Such an approach must be rejected outright. The straightforward and unambiguous position is that the development plan positively supports the delivery of the scheme and sees it as a crucial linchpin in the delivery of its ambitions for the county. And further, when considering these matters, it's important to have well in mind that all of these strategic policies and objectives were thoroughly tested at the relatively recent local plan examinations and found sound, including in the face of many of the arguments that we will hear repeated again at this inquiry. The examining inspectors expressly endorsed the delivery of homes and employment land within the Science Vale and the use of the scheme to achieve precisely that outcome, especially at the Trullham campus, which they noted to be an exceptional centre of knowledge, employment and research, which presents a rare opportunity for growth in an area restricted by the Greenbelt, and which was particularly well located in respect of the stream. The alternatives proposed by objectors were rightly rejected as unrealistic. Accordingly, the UKAEA's position in this inquiry is that the scheme accords with the development plan read as a whole, the positive strategic support for the scheme is clear-cut, and when assessed against the development management policies, the impacts of the scheme are acceptable. Turning then to the Secretary of State's first issue, consistency with government policies for delivering a sufficient supply of homes, and the UKAEA's position is that the scheme is an essential driver for the delivery of a sufficient supply of homes in the county. Indeed, the reliance on the scheme to unlock future delivery, such as on the land adjacent to the Trullham campus, is a matter that is already that is expressly recognised in the development plan, as I've already described. So then to the final issue of the Secretary of State, which is consistency with the government's policies for building a strong competitive economy. The UKAEA's position is that the scheme is entirely in accordance with the government's policies for building a strong competitive economy. The scheme satisfies each and every paragraph in Chapter 6 of the NPPF. The unlocking of future development at the Trullham campus exemplifies this consistency with national policy. For example, in respect of the overarching objective in paragraph 85, the UKAEA and its associated cluster businesses can only invest, expand and adapt at the Trullham campus if the scheme is delivered. The scheme is a necessary precondition to this economic development. There is a clear national need for the UKAEA and its associated cluster businesses to grow. This need attracts significant weight, so too the scheme, which is the only realistic way to meet that need. And the science veil, of which the Trullham campus is a principal part, is an area of scientific innovation and strength. It should be allowed to grow, and the scheme is necessary to remove the barriers to this growth. The work of the UKAEA at the Trullham campus is an area in which Britain is already a global leader. That position of strength can only be strengthened further and protected further for the long term through the growth of the Trullham campus as an objective which depends on this scheme. All of these matters are confirmed by the Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero in her letter to the inquiry. Trullham campus is central to the UK's ambition to lead the world in the development of commercially viable fusion energy. The government has identified the UKAEA as an important target for investment. That investment is designed to grow the capability of the UK fusion industry and make the UK the primary global hub for fusion innovation. In this regard, the Trullham campus is key to our global advantage, and a central part of the UK's fusion strategy is to grow the Trullham campus. So on to other matters. A number of additional matters have been identified as issues for consideration in the inquiry. The majority of these relate to various technical complaints about the County Council's transport modelling or allegations of technical planning harm arising from the scheme. The UKAEA leaves these matters to the County Council in the first instance. However, there are two cross-cutting matters which are also raised in objections to the UKAEA's case, and neither of those objections is robust. First, a number of objectors refer to the possibility of alternatives, either to the scheme generally or to the reliance of the UKAEA on the scheme in the development of the Trullham campus. These arguments are flawed in multiple respects. The UKAEA has considered alternative approaches to transport for the campus, and none are adequate. Further, outside of the process of environmental assessment, alternatives only require consideration in exceptional circumstances, but none of the objectors have sought to grapple with that test or to demonstrate such circumstances. Finally, and in any event, all of the alternatives proposed by objectors today are inchoate. Such vague and unevidenced suggestions, essentially wishful thinking, are not capable of being material considerations in the determination of this application. These arguments should not be entertained any further. Secondly, a number of objectors contend that the delivery of the scheme is inconsistent with the attainment of net zero, as well as the decarbonisation of the transport network in the county and travel to the Trullham campus specifically. This is not correct. The scheme is necessary to unlock further sustainable transport to the campus, in particular by foot, bus and bicycle. Further, the role of the scheme in achieving decarbonisation is made explicit in the local transport and connectivity plan, which specifically lists the scheme as a necessary measure to achieve its ambitious aims. Objectors cannot laud the LTCP without considering it as a whole. Quite simply, building the scheme now, including the new roads within it, is compatible with attaining net zero. So it follows that the other considerations in this case do not support a departure from the development plan. To the contrary, they support the grant of planning permission for the scheme. So, Madam, for these reasons, as the UKAEA will explain in its evidence and submissions to you in this inquiry, planning permission should be granted for the scheme in due course.
I shan't be able to finish in 4 minutes, madam. But I'm in your hands.
Sorry. I think it would be sensible to hear all the opening submissions before lunch and then break and come back.
Very well. To begin with an apology.
Sorry, do you have it in writing?
That's the apology.
That's the apology, right.
It will be put into writing, but it is not in writing now. But I give you an undertaking that by next week you shall have it in writing.
Okay, can you then go at a pace that I can take a note?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you.
I will watch your pen. Yes.
Right. Thank you.
There are at least 11 reasons why planning permission should be refused for this scheme. And I list them in no particular order. First, at no stage has any proper assessment of the traffic consequences of this proposed road for areas outside the study area, in particular Abingdon and the village of Newnham Courtney, been made. May I take you back to the note of the pre-inquiry meeting, which we looked at earlier? Paragraph 22. You will remember that in paragraph 19, your colleague gave the planning authority a fairly substantial rap on the wrists, and then went on in paragraph 22 to ask the authority to provide the technical note, which it did. I say that that technical note is inadequate because it does, in essence, does no more than put forward ex cathedra assertions that these assessments will not be needed since the travel patterns are not going to change. And that is an inadequate response to your colleague's request. It was this that prompted the request for a Regulation 25 order, which you see referred to in paragraph 22. And I repeat that request for the reasons I've given. Two, there has been no adequate investigation of the alternatives to road building. And that is in breach of the law the National Planning Policy Framework and of the planning policies of the material development plans. Thirdly, this scheme is the product of outdated deference to the internal combustion engine. And that deference is in direct contravention of the guidance contained in the December 2023 version of the NPPF. And this too has resulted in what the objectors say are inadequate provision for cyclists, walkers, and bus passengers. Fourthly, changes in working habits following the COVID pandemic leading to very much increased demand for working from home, among other things, further diminish the need for major road schemes, and in particular this one. Fifthly, those who promote and support this scheme ignore the existence of an obvious north-south route through the area, and I refer, of course, to the Didcot-Oxford Railway. That will be argued by my witnesses, forms an obvious and attractive solution to the transport problems of the area. And can readily be combined with improved provision for bus passengers walkers and cyclists. And there are concrete examples elsewhere in this country and abroad to show that those are not just pipe dreams, but readily achievable. Sixth, this road is a wholly inappropriate intrusion on Greenbelt land. And nothing occurred between July and September 2023 when the County Council considered the proposal to make that intrusion acceptable, or to bring forward any very special circumstances, in quotation marks, which made it an acceptable alternative to normal greenbelt policy. Next and eighth, the proposal carries with it significant risks to the health of local residents, from both noise and air pollution. Particularly in the villages of Appleford and Newnham Courtenay, where conditions already leave something to be desired. This too has been either ignored or the effects unwarrantably minimized. Ninth, the predicted traffic flows on the road have almost certainly been underestimated, because the phenomenon of induced traffic growth was either ignored or downplayed. Put another way, if you build a road, people are going to make use of it. Tenth, the landscape impact will be little short of disastrous. I choose 3 examples, almost at random. Firstly, the viaduct where the road will cross the disused gravel works north of Didcot. Secondly, the Thames Crossing Bridge. And thirdly, the bridge to the west of Appleford. And it's illuminating that even on the planning authorities and the highway authorities' proposals, many thousands of square metres of tree canopy are going to be lost due to the felling of trees, of existing trees. That was recognised and prompted an offer of planting 50 semi-mature trees instead. This magically had the effect of making the proposals acceptable where they had been unacceptable before. And 11th, and you'll no doubt be relieved to hear last, all the undesirable factors that I've drawn attention to are said to be curable by the imposition of conditions. That emerges from the statement of common ground and is borne out by what you've heard said on behalf of the Planning Authority in the last few minutes. In the course of her submissions, Ms. Wildman referred to no fewer than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 occasions in which you and the Secretary of State are asked to put your faith in conditions to be administered jointly by the highway and the planning authorities. And the past history should give you no cause for confidence that that assurance will carry the weight which you're invited to attach to it. Thank you.
So it's 1 o'clock, and I think that's an appropriate point to adjourn. When we return, we'll hear from, if you can just bear with me, we'll hear from the witnesses that I mentioned this morning. So I don't know if anyone additional who's intended to speak this afternoon has turned up yet. No. I'll go through them in the order that we've heard from them previously. So we'll start with the Western Valley Parish Council. Oh, sorry. Robin Tucker. Thank you, Mr. Tucker. So we'll go through them in that order, and then we'll hear from the additional people. So I think we'll adjourn for an hour and return at 2 o'clock. Okay. If you've got points for the programme officer, could you do it now, because she needs a break as well, and I think it's getting quite hard for her. Okay, thank you. See you at 2 o'clock.
And that's what's on the screen on the live streaming.
Excellent. So it's 2 o'clock and the inquiry is resumed. So could you take your seats, please? Thank you. Just before we move on and hear from interested parties, the documents this morning, the second document handed in, the garden, I think I might have left my version in the other room, the garden line document, Appendix H, that's actually, it is within the existing core documents at GO6, page 58 of the PDF, and it's referenced in footnote 17 of Mr. Templin's proof. I think we'll keep it as a separate inquiry document, but that's the context and where it comes from. And then, as far as I'm aware, Mrs. Vincent has forwarded Mr. Kirby's email and attachment to
yes, Madam.
you, but I shouldn't have thought you've had time to look at it.
We haven't. We have the first. We're waiting on the second. I think there's two to follow. There's
The second one is the
received,
speech, yes.
Second to follow,
Yeah.
but we have
So
the first one.
Perhaps update me tomorrow morning?
Madam, yes. I mean, provisionally, we've had I stress a skim look through it. We're thinking that Mr. Chapman is best placed to deal with this on Friday morning.
Right.
In which case, the question then is timing as to when Mr. Kirby is slotted in. My provisional view at the minute is that it's best if we start with Mr. Kirby on Friday morning.
That's my
and
feeling
Mr.
as
Chapman
well.
would then follow immediately after him that morning.
I think the issue really was, are you content for me to accept that as a document?
Well, on that, I need to actually speak to Mr. Chapman.
Right.
He's tied up all today. It's been sent to him, but I do need to speak to him first before I can deal with that. But subject to that, then that would be the best way to deal with it.
Okay, so could you try and update me in the morning as
Of course,
to
absolutely, that's fine. Yeah.
to that? But that's where I anticipate hearing Mr. Kirby is Friday morning. Mr. Kirby, if you just keep in, the case officer will contact you if anything changes there. And Friday we might start a little bit earlier, 9:30. I don't know at the moment. Okay, thank you. So I think they're the two matters that I had, unless anyone's got anything else to raise. No? In which case, we're due to hear first from Western Valley. I can see them there. Western Valley Parish Council. They're appearing remotely. So I'm not sure. Could you introduce yourself, sir? Can you hear us?
I can, yeah. Can you hear me?
I can. So can you firstly say who you are? Give me your name and...
Sure. My name is Simon Peacock. I'm chair of Western Valley Parish Council.
Thank you. So go ahead.
Thanks for the opportunity to say some words. We've made a submission to the inquiry already. I just wanted to kind of highlight a couple of the points in that we are a brand new parish council. We were only formed less than a year ago. So at the outset of the planning applications, we didn't get a chance to make any comments. I'm not going to kind of go into everything that we put into ours, and I'm not going to kind of go into the whys and wherefores like some of the other groups have got very detailed submissions to make. I just wanted to highlight the fact that we were in support of this proposal. We would have, had we had the opportunity, did it as much as we possibly could. Sorry, dropped out. We feel that it's a really important project to develop the infrastructure with the 4,000 and odd houses that are due to be built in Valley Park, plus all the other house building that's going on around the rest of Didcot and in the area. The road infrastructure is woeful at the moment, to say the least, and needs to be improved way beyond the level that it is. This is going to make a start on alleviating some of the traffic around us, but is literally it's on our doorstep. Literally, it's in our backyard. It's important for our current and future residents that we make a stand, and we want to express our support for this. We know that we've seen recently with different accidents and weather conditions happening on the A34 that when that gets blocked, the side roads get congested. There is no relief route from the A34 to go around, so we would like to see this for the purposes of helping that to relieve the pressure on everything that's that is locally. We agree with the planning officer's recommendations. You know, we're trying to find a way to get everything as eco-friendly as we can in terms of the housing developments. But realistically, we know that everybody's going to have cars and want to use them. Obviously, we are the overspill for the Oxford housing. We took on all the Oxford housing, and we know that people need their cars to be able to get because of the unreliability of public transport in the area. Lack of trains, lack of buses. We've seen on the news recently about people having to kind of go out onto the main roads to get into town, but it's long distances, and the new developments are going to be even further away than that. That's pretty much all that I really wanted to be able to say.
Okay, thank you for that. Can you tell me, it's Western Valley Parish Council, where's the area that it covers? Have you got a couple of towns or?
So Western Valley is the area between Harwell Village and Didcot, Great Western Park. So the new Valley Park development, Persimmon and Taylor Wimpey, that is currently being built literally at the start of the Hif1 route, that's our parish.
Thank you. And you said public transport's unreliable, and I think you said there were no trains. Is that right?
No, there's not trains to where you want to go to. There's a major kind of work centre at Harwell campus, so there's no trains that go up there, although they are reasonably well served by buses. Culham, there's infrequent trains that go to there. There's not a train to go to directly to Newbury or to Wantage or any of the other kind of major local towns that would help with that.
Is your nearest station Didcot?
So Didcot is the local station, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Woolley, are you happy to answer questions, Mr. Peacock?
I'll do my best.
Mr. Woolley, did you? No, that's okay. We've got no further questions for you, but thank you.
No. Okay, thank you.
So the next person I've got is David Pryor. Is David Pryor here? Thank you. Do you want to come up to this table? Thank you. Do you have, you've got notes. Have you sent those to the programme officer?
No, I haven't. I've talked to Joanna and I will do so later this afternoon.
So I'll just take a brief note of what you say then.
Okay, thank you.
Could you start by saying are you just an individual or are you representing?
Yeah, that's in my introduction, yeah. If I could start by introducing myself, my name is David Pryor. I've owned and managed my family's private hire business in Didcot for over 40 years. I grew up and was educated in Didcot.
I'm proud to be the 6th generation of my family to carry on the tradition of being traders in Didcot and the surrounding area, dating back to 1832. For the last 15 years, I've been chairman of Didcot First, a cross-community, non-aligned organisation that brings together major employers, educators and community groups. I'm also a trustee and active committee member for local sports groups, determined that future generations in the town have better sports facilities than I experienced. I would like to tell you my perspective on Didcot, a town I describe as living on the edge. In the 1974 boundary changes, Didcot found itself located on the edge of 2 districts, feeling unwanted and uncared for by both. Massively disconnected with South Oxfordshire, its legal home, whilst excluded from its neighbouring local towns based in the Vale. Didcot is also on the southern edge of Oxfordshire, and for years has had little influence on the plans of the county. Unfortunately, unlike the majority of Oxfordshire, our economy is not totally dependent on the city itself, and our rail links have helped us to be equally influenced by Reading and London. Historically, with some compelling evidence, residents of Didcot feel strongly that they have got the short straw when it comes to support from neighbouring villages, district and county councils. Didcot's been a focus for housing growth for over half a century. From the arrival of the railway, it has grown rapidly from a hamlet through to a village, a small town, and now a major town with a population heading in excess of 50,000, probably before the subjects being discussed at this inquiry come to fruition, if indeed they do. Both South and Vale have consistently chosen Didcot for the Didcot area for substantial parts of their housing development. The community assets and infrastructure investment typically lag at least 30 years behind. Without doubt, Didcot will continue to expand with more homes in the rest of my lifetime, and that is why this significant investment infrastructure is so critical for its residents. Didcot is also on another edge. Didcot sits at the heart of the science and technology powerhouse referred to as Science Vale. We are surrounded by companies and research facilities whose potential for innovation from breakthrough technologies is miles beyond the comparison with any other similar sized town in the UK. The campuses of Culham, Harwell and Milton Park are home to innovation that brings potential for massive economic growth across a breadth of science and technology that is simply mind-blowing. This area is regarded as a world leader in matters ranging from fusion energy, revolutionary environment protecting jet engines, robotics, battery development, fighting cancer, conquering malaria, learning about DNA, microbiology, building satellites, understanding this universe and exploring universes further away. The list is endless of the potential for this area. The economic potential and our opportunity to develop crucial environment-changing skills and knowledge by using the research and development being undertaken in the greater Didcot area is astonishing. It is not only of vital importance to Didcot and Oxfordshire, but can play a key part in our national economy for generations to come. The campuses need to recruit the best brains from around the world to come to work here. They are competing with Silicon Valley and Boston, Massachusetts, not Swindon and Banbury. A significant majority of these high quality recruits will look to live in the new houses that have been built and constructed in and around our town. For the UK to achieve the full economic benefit, it is absolutely key that Didcot is seen as a positive and pleasant place to live. Didcot must have good infrastructure to allow these workers to travel to work, whether it's by foot, bicycle, bus, car or rail. The Hif proposal addresses 3 key roadblocks that have been severe problems for many years and simply will not cope with further housing expansion needed to accommodate the demand for growth in the high-tech jobs coming to our area. At present, our area's ancient travel infrastructure is choked to capacity. It is fascinating to review the key transport crossings in our area. Along the 40-mile stretch of the River Thames from Caversham to Oxford, there have been 2 new river crossings built in the last 160 years. The bridge on the bypass transformed Wallingford when it opened in 1993. Donington Bridge in South Oxford opened in 1962 and undoubtedly had the same effect at that stage. Our other river crossings are not quite so modern. The bridge constructed between Clifton Hampden and Long Whitnam is the next youngest, constructed in 1867. Shillingford arrived in 1927. The bridge between Sutton Courtenay and Culham has been in its current form since 1807. The current town bridge in Wallingford took its current form in 1810, but the majority of it was created in medieval times. Abingdon Bridge has been in situ since 1416. All of the nearest river crossings that were built, all the nearest of Didcot's nearest river crossings were built long before the motor car was even invented. The routes to Culham and Clifton Hampden from Didcot are both increasingly prone to closure because of flooding, leaving Culham Science Centre workers living in the south of the Thames massive detours for work, sometimes for days, sometimes for weeks. The proposed infrastructure has been required for decades. Without it, Didcot will have calamitous travel problems, and this in turn will impact on the UK being a world leader in essential environment revolution, the essential environment revolution and the green economy. I and Didcot First strongly support these proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Sorry, thank you, Mr. Pryor. If you could ensure that you forward a copy to Joanna. Thank you. Mr. Woolley, did you want to ask any questions?
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. So the next person I've got is Robin Tucker. Is Robin Tucker here? Yes. Could you... Wrong place. Again, have you sent that to the...
Yes, I sent it about 5 minutes ago.
Oh, right.
Got that, yeah.
Thank you. So again, I check very brief notes.
Okay, that's coming through. Traffic engineers cannot resist trying to fix congestion with one more road. Exactly why you should not put engineers in charge of social problems like how to get people around. Not my words, but those of author Daniel Knowles. Very apt, however. I'm Robin Tucker, co-chair of COSAT, the Coalition for Healthy Streets and Active Travel, a coalition of 21 voluntary and campaigning organisations working across Oxfordshire to create attractive, accessible and people-friendly streets and transport. We support East Hendred Parish Council and other objectors to the Hif1 road scheme because the Hif1 modelling is not robust, its wider impacts are not considered, the alternatives have not been considered, and it goes against Oxfordshire County Council's policies, some of the reasons for which their own planning committee rejected it last year. First, the modelling is not robust. It is based on out-of-date projections made before the pandemic that do not take into account the need to decarbonise the transport system, and that reducing vehicle kilometres travelled is an essential component to this. Reducing vehicle kilometres travelled is part of both Oxfordshire County Council's local transport and connectivity plan and England's Economic Heartland's transport strategy, and should be reflected in major infrastructure investments. More on this later. Second, the impacts on the wider area are not considered. This will be acute for the A415 route into Abingdon, which would see greatly increased traffic, which has not been considered at all. On many days, there is a queue that I've measured as over 800 metres long waiting to get into town. The 600-year-old Abingdon Bridge on the A415 suffered structural failure in 2021 due to cumulative weight of traffic and was reduced to tidal flow controlled by traffic lights for 18 months, from May 2021 to December 2022, causing more traffic problems. Also affected will be the A34, and a quick search of the terms A34 and traffic delays will bring up story after story of traffic jams on this road. The inquiry will hear, I'm sure, that the new roads are intended to relieve traffic congestion, but as with any road expansion problem, they would solve it only temporarily on the section where capacity is expanded, while encouraging more traffic onto other pinch points, such as Abingdon and the A34, causing misery there. A third example is the A4074. The A4074 is notoriously dangerous for high-speed crash deaths. Hif1 will deliver more traffic onto the A4074, and that will result in more casualties unless there are treatments against this. Then there are impacts in every village that connects onto the Hif1 scheme. Each will see an increase in traffic. More traffic means more pollution and more road casualties. Nowhere is there an analysis of the Hif1 on traffic levels, pollution and casualties in villages such as Steventon, Appleford, Culham, the Hendreds and Newnham Courtney. These wider effects have not been considered. Third, the alternative, more sustainable options have not been considered. Several possible options, including communities with more integrated facilities, bus rapid transport, and more innovative sustainable transport solutions, were discarded at stages before any credible assessment was possible. Only the more roads and more cars option was pursued. This continues to lead us down a tunnel of car dependence, traffic jams, and poor outcomes for climate and health. These other options must be considered properly before a decision is made. There are, we know, active travel provisions built into the road plans, but there are other ways to achieve these. If the new roads are built, the lessons learned in Milton Keynes and Stevenage is that increased motor traffic will greatly outweigh the possible gains in walking and cycling. Finally, this goes against Oxfordshire County Council's own policies. The Council's highest level transport plan, the LTCP, has targets in 3 areas. One is to reduce car trips, reducing 1 in 4 by 2030 and a further 1 in 3 by 2040, halving overall. 2 is reducing road fatalities and life-changing injuries by 50% by 2030 and then to 0 by 2050, the Vision Zero commitment. 3 is to reduce the climate impact of the transport network to net zero by 2040. This proposal goes against all 3 targets by increasing road capacity. Any good highways planner will tell you the fundamental law of road congestion, which is that adding capacity to a road network generates a proportionate increase in the amount of traffic. The Council will tell you in this inquiry that this road will reduce congestion. It might do so temporarily in a few pinch points, but that congestion is a constraint on overall traffic growth. Make it easier to drive, and more people will drive. Other roads will become more congested, and before long, these roads will become congested again too. Learn from the M25, the M40, and the Katy Highway in Houston, which was expanded to 26 lanes in places and became congested again in less than 5 years. Fortunately, Oxfordshire County Council already has a good strategy to reduce traffic congestion. It is clearly visible in their targets, the strategy of reducing private car traffic. It is implementing this already as we speak in Oxford, where the first phase of zero emission zone has already been rolled out. Parking restrictions in low traffic neighbourhoods encourage people to walk and cycle rather than drive on a local basis. Strategic traffic filters are approved for implementation in October and will reduce central Oxford traffic by a forecast 40%. And the next phases of zero emission zone and workplace parking levy are planned to follow. These are all included in the Central Oxfordshire Travel Plan, which is an area plan, the second layer of transport planning in Oxfordshire. The area plans for South Oxfordshire and Vale of White Horse are not yet written, but are due this year. They should also have plans for car trip reduction in line with LTCP, and they will make this road expansion unnecessarily. On the wider scale, the Transport Strategy for England's Economic Heartland, the sub-national transport body, also has as its policy number 1 a reduction of private car journeys by a minimum of 5% per decade. This proposed road scheme will be in conflict with all of these policies and plans. This major road expansion would cause the county to fail to deliver its targets for car journey reduction, road casualty reduction and decarbonisation, even before considering the environmental harm it would cause. Conversely, if Hif1 is implemented, when the LTCP targets are delivered, reducing traffic by half, it will leave Hif1 as a great unused white elephant across our countryside. Oxfordshire County Council's Planning Committee saw clearly that it would fail these tests and so rejected it. So we believe should this inquiry. Thank you.
Are you happy to?
You've got a copy of this? Electronic copy. Your colleague has.
Sorry?
Your colleague has.
Oh, right. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nick Fielding, and I'm speaking as a parish councillor on behalf of Didcot and Clifton Hampden Parish Council to register our continuing opposition to this scheme in its present form. We appreciate that we are low down the pecking order when it comes to determining the outcome of this inquiry, but we also believe that local residents often have more understanding of the impact of planning changes than professional planners, engineers and others. Whilst we support the principle of a Clifton Hampden bypass, we oppose the current proposal. Our views have partially been incorporated into the single response from the neighbouring Parish Council's Joint Committee, but there are some specific points we would like to emphasise. First, it will result in serious damage to the washed-over greenbelt status of our parish, with destruction of more than 130 mature trees, 27 copses, and significant damage to hedgerows in the parish. Second, the road will result in major atmospheric and noise pollution to properties close to the proposed route. The environmental statement suggests that the loss of tranquility as a result of the Clifton Hampden bypass will purportedly be reduced over a period of 15 years from large averse to slight averse. We do not accept this statement and believe that once gone, tranquility will be impossible to restore, even with low noise surfaces on the new road and noise barriers. As suggested by the Environmental Protection Officer, we also support the notion that a condition be applied requiring that a construction, noise and vibration management plan be submitted and approved in writing prior to the start of the development. Third, the creation of a 3-metre high noise barrier along part of the bypass is not a good solution from the standpoint of villagers in Clifton Hampden. First, we believe that it will only limit noise and not prevent it. Second, the barrier itself, unless hidden behind substantial tree and shrub covering, will be unsightly. Either way, villagers will lose the vistas towards Newnham Park and the fields and trees in that direction. In terms of noise pollution, the environmental study suggests only 11 properties are likely to be seriously affected. However, with the possible construction of another 14 properties on the former allotments at Clifton Hampden now being proposed in a neighbourhood development order, these should be added to the total as they will all back onto the new road. No mitigation has been offered other than the noise barrier. We believe that there should also be further consultation on the precise design, colour and location of the proposed noise barrier as suggested by the Conservation Officer. Fourth, more mitigation is needed to offset the predicted damage to the natural environment surrounding Didcot and Clifton Hampden if the bypass goes ahead. The felling of so many trees will result in the loss of habitat for many birds, insects and mammals and the destruction of at least one badger set. It will also break out substantial habitats into a patchwork of disconnected areas. Bats are likely to be seriously affected, despite plans for hopovers. The construction of the road and its subsequent heavy use is likely to severely disrupt, if not destroy, the foraging and migration routes of local mammals, including badgers, hedgehogs, and several species of deer. Fifth, in terms of mitigation, we believe the proposals in the scheme are inadequate. As noted by the Landscape Officer in her report, there are many areas of unusable land which could be planted, but which have not been included as such. Screening of the road from the village of Clifton Hampden is vital to reduce noise and to compensate for the loss of views into the surrounding countryside. The Landscape Officer says, quote, "The landscape plans still do not include sufficient information to enable a proper understanding of the scheme, such as embankments and cuttings and vegetation." The Forestry Officer adds, The preliminary landscape master plans submitted still do not show the level of detail required to be able to scrutinise the mitigation planting in detail. Considering the extensive tree removal proposed for this application, very considerable amounts of tree planting will be required. This is essential to ensure that the scheme delivers a net increase in canopy cover to address environmental issues such as climate change and carbon sequestration, as well as the landscape and amenity benefits required to be achieved for this project. That's unquote. 6. Provision for pedestrians and cyclists should be improved. It's very piecemeal at the moment and unlikely to be attractive to many users. In anticipation of development of the new Culham, it is likely that cycle traffic between the new town and Clifton Hampden will increase. There should be segregated foot and cycleways and controlled crossings linking Clifton Hampden and the new Culham town. Based on the plans shown on the OCC website, the offside eastbound land from the Culham roundabout stops at the westernmost access to the village. This should be merged at the roundabout exit and then followed by a distinct right turn harbourage for traffic bound for Clifton Hampden. 7th, the bypass lane at the Culham roundabout looks dangerous. It would be safer for all traffic to run through the roundabout rather than the short and shallow merge shown. 8. Existing footpaths into open countryside from the village of Clifton Hampden and from Croft Cottages along the A415 will be disrupted. It will no longer be possible to walk directly from Clifton Hampden into the countryside. Instead, villagers will have to cross a very busy road. 9. We are unclear about the implications of the bypass for the Oxford Road, leading from the bypass south to the A415. As things stand, it is likely to become a shortcut for traffic seeking to avoid the Golden Balls roundabout in both directions. This could result in an actual increase in traffic through the parish. We believe that signage at this junction should discourage through traffic, perhaps for village access, 20 miles an hour, and or restricted bridge ahead. Currently, the corner tapers of this junction are very generous. If tighter, heavy goods vehicles and articulated lorries would be discouraged from turning south to Clifton Hampden. We are puzzled that your plans show the traffic lights at Clifton Hampden are likely to be overstretched both before and after the bypass. 10. The proposed new road has rightly been characterised as a road to nowhere. We believe that its northern terminus at the Golden Balls roundabout is likely to become a choke point for the whole scheme, with a consequent impact on our parish. The high volumes of traffic being delivered to Golden Balls roundabout will find it difficult to travel on the A4074 through Newnham Courtney with its 20-mile-an-hour speed limit. If the bypass goes ahead, we would also wish to see serious traffic calming measures on the A415 through Didcot, including its possible downgrading to a B road, with cycle paths and speed bumps on the road between Clifton Hampden and the Berensfield roundabout. 11. Light pollution is likely to severely affect Didcot and Clifton Hampden, an area within the green belt that is presently largely unaffected by artificial lighting will be subject to light from the large roundabouts just outside the village and from constant traffic movements along the new road. This has consequences for both wildlife and for residents of the parish. 12, and finally, in recent weeks, serious flooding due to high rainfall and runoff from fields has been a major problem in both Clifton Hampden and Didcot, with a number of homes being inundated. That's happened twice in the last 2 weeks. Changing weather patterns mean that such events will occur are much more likely to occur more often. We see no sign that planners have factored into their plans the impact of higher rainfall. Management of likely increased rainfall and subsequent runoff from the main road should be incorporated into the drainage plans. Thank you.
Sorry, can you... Just a couple of points I just want to be sure I can understand. Firstly, I can see Clifton Hampden. Where's Didcot?
Didcot is along the road between Clifton Hampden and Berensfield, the A415 going east.
Thank you. I can see it now. So, thank you. And you just mentioned flooding. You were going fairly quickly. Is it flooding to the dwellings or floodings to the roads?
The main road, actually, the A415 has been completely impassable in recent weeks on several occasions. And the runoff from that road, which is in turn is runoff from agricultural fields, has inundated houses. I noticed that one of the insurance claims for one of the houses is £400,000. So these are hugely expensive problems that need to be resolved. I thought I was shouting loud enough. Would you like me to repeat anything?
Thank you. You mentioned that the bypass would impede access to the countryside. Can you just explain the areas of countryside that are accessible now that wouldn't be following the bypass?
Yes, all the land to the north of what we call the Oxford Road, which goes from the centre of the village up to Golden Balls Roundabout, that area is all accessible at the present by crossing a small road. In future, anybody will have to cross a dual carriageway, in fact, to get to any of that land.
So, looking at the map I've got here, it's an area of woodland.
It's woodland, and then behind that there are fields, and it leads on to the large house and grounds behind Newnham.
Thank you.
It will be partially a dual carriageway.
I think, Mr. Humphreys, you need to put your microphone on.
I mean, just lest there are any misunderstanding, very happy for the witness to make the point, but it's not a dual carriageway in that location.
I believe that part of it is a dual carriageway, and then it goes into a single road, which is an even more strange thing, because the road peters out, as it were, as it approaches the main choke point.
I'll have a look at that on the plans.
There will be no less road there will be no less traffic on that road than there would be whether it's a dual carriageway or not. It's a dual carriageway which goes into a single road as it approaches Golden Balls Roundabout, but it will have the same amount of traffic either way.
Thank you. So I've read quite a lot about Golden Balls Roundabout recently, and you said that that this would be a way of avoiding the congestion at Golden Balls Roundabout, whether you're going north or south. And I'm just trying to, just looking at the plan I've got here, how would it allow you to avoid the roundabout? Because it seems to me to link to it.
I think you may have misunderstood me.
Oh, right.
What I'm saying is that the Golden Balls Roundabout will become a major choke point for this whole scheme, because it will very effectively and efficiently deliver large amounts of traffic to Golden Balls Roundabout, from where it will find it very difficult to go anywhere. Because the main road there, as you go left towards Newnham Courtney, is now a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit within about 300 metres. The road that goes straight onto Chislhampton is unsuitable for HGVs. So it's hard to understand where the traffic will go once it arrives at Golden Balls.
Right. I thought you said that it would allow traffic to avoid Golden Balls.
No, the opposite.
Right, thank you.
The problem is that actually traffic that tries to avoid Golden Balls will end up going through Clifton Hampden. And that's going to be a serious problem for us.
Thank you. And Clifton Hampden's a conservation area, is that?
There is a conservation area, and it's also all washed over greenbelt.
Thank you. That's my questions for you. I don't know if Mr. Humphreys wants to ask anything. No, but thank you. So, Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Madam.
So just before you start, have you sent anything to...
I'm just amplifying and highlighting points on the submission I made with my original objection.
Right. Could you just bear with me while I open that?
Yes. It was called something like Hif objections.
Your objection to the called-in application, or your objection at the time of the original application?
The original.
Right. Just be a moment.
Although it... Hif1 objections.
And Jones. Oh, spelt it.
I resubmitted it. I resubmitted it to the timetable officer.
Oh, you did.
When I asked about speaking.
I think. So that's Mrs. Jones. So, sorry. And Angela Jones. Okay, if you could just go then at a speed I can keep up with you.
Yes.
It's probably the quickest. Thank you.
My name is Andrew Jones, and I submitted my objections as a private individual. I have subsequently been elected as a councillor to Didcot Town Council. I've lived in Didcot for around 50 years, and before that, for about a year, I lived in Culham. I lived on the site of the Culham Teacher Training College, which is only a railway and a couple of fields away from the science campus. I commuted from there on a Honda 50 motorbike into Didcot and then on the train into London, because there were not suitable trains from Culham station at the time, and I think in some ways the service between intermediate stations has got worse. I've been interested in infrastructure from when I was at school, and even before I was at school I was interested in canals, which is not greatly relevant except that canals are generally constructed following the lie of the land. The railway line just this side of the Milton Gateway junction is on an embankment, and there is a historic lane passes under the railway there, and to the east of Didcot railway station the Cow Lane Bridge goes under the railway there. In between the two, where the land is higher, you've got the Manor Bridge, which is part of the A4130 that goes over the railway. So to build a bridge over the railway where the railway is on an embankment and has a major road both sides of it seems a ridiculous sight when 1 kilometre to the east the railway line is in a cutting, and an additional bridge could be built there, and its design could be very similar to the recently designed and built bridge that is near Child Beale, just a few miles to the east of here. So it could almost be an existing design of bridge slotted in to augment the existing bridge. The line of the route could then follow existing roadways to the east of the power station site. So rather than cutting through the power station site, it would leave more space for development in the former power station site. Then, where the A4130 is going round Didcot, that road is providing a link from Didcot south of the railway to Ladygrove, which is the area of Didcot north of the railway. So people wanting to travel from the existing centre of Didcot, say the Civic Hall, go over Manor Bridge, and this is to get to Didcot Town Football Club, the Willowbrook Leisure Centre, the doctor's surgeries.
Right, you're going a little bit fast. Okay.
To get to these facilities in Ladygrove.
Going over Manor Bridge, and then that's to get to The football club?
Football club, Willowbrook Leisure Centre and the doctor's surgery.
Okay.
Under the new proposals, that road is effectively cut into two pieces, so anybody trying to follow that route is confronted with a T-junction, having to turn right across 40-mile-an-hour traffic to get back into the other half of town. So really, unless the bridge under the railway to the east of the station is increased to allow two-way traffic, the Didcot is going to be completely cut into two halves. Continuing round, the new road then leaves the Northern Perimeter Road and goes over a flyover over the railway sidings, which then puts it in great audible hearing scope from Appleford Village. Why doesn't it go further west and follow some of the existing roadways where it can go at the existing ground level? Even before the Hif scheme was proposed, I did think that we did need better communications particularly from Didcot to the east side of Oxford. If I'm travelling into Oxford, I go by train. If I'm travelling to East Oxford, I often go by train and bus. But if I'm travelling by car, then I do go through Clifton Hampden. And I know the problem of the golden balls. So if this road is built in its present form, then until relief is given to Newnham Courtney in terms of an additional bypass, I reckon, I think there needs to be restrictions on HGVs going across the new Thames crossing. Otherwise, there'll be a car park at Golden Balls. So unless the scheme can be considerably improved, I really think that the money needs to be spent on other infrastructure improvements instead. I think that's basically what I want to say, but we do need infrastructure improvements.
So on that last point, you're suggesting HGV should be restricted over the crossing. You're talking about the new bridge.
The new bridge. Because otherwise, as the previous speaker said, all this traffic is going to be going to Golden Balls and Newnham Courtney, which are getting no relief under this new scheme.
Okay. If you restrict the traffic or prevent HGVs on the proposed bridge, what route do you think they will be taking?
Well, they would have to go the way that they go without that bridge.
Which is?
A34 and the Oxford Ring Road. In other words, you're not diverting traffic away from the existing major routes to Golden Balls. You are allowing people to travel to Culham with the new bridge, but you're not. But you're preventing heavy goods vehicles going beyond into the non-improved network.
So, is it? Well, you say it would allow vehicles to go to Culham, but Culham would be using the new bridge.
Well, car traffic.
Car traffic.
Non-HGVs.
Okay.
So Culham would be accessible for the workers, but HGVs going beyond would not. Also, actually, from Milton Park, traffic leaving Milton Park to get to the new road would be confronted with this T-junction again that I mentioned.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Humphreys, I'm going to assume, unless you ask, right? Thank you, Mr. Jones. So I've got John Alcantara, the Culham Bus Club. If it's red, it is.
Press the button.
No, you push.
This one.
Goes
There
red.
you go. Thanks very much. So I don't have a prepared speech, but I want to talk about the impact of the transport infrastructure on school transport.
Right.
So I'm a volunteer, I'm a parent at the Europa School in Culham, and 11 years ago I organised what's called the Culham Bus Club, which is a volunteer organisation for transporting children to school by bus.
Could I just ask you, is the Europa School a state school?
A state school.
It is.
In Culham,
Thank you.
that's right. And that evolved into a cooperation with the Oxfordshire County Council, in which we've integrated our Europa School routes into routes that existed with other area schools, and so we now serve 6 schools, transport every day 500 children into school. That includes primary and secondary children, as the Europa schools and all through school, with about 1,000 pupils that have to come from all around the county. That we have the catchment that covers about half the county, so they come every day onto the site in Culham. So the experience we've had is that, well, we've organised 6 school buses which transport these approximately 500 pupils. Extremely efficient. We reuse capacity so that each bus transports between, I think, 80 and 100 children, because they drop off at different times and pick up more children and then drop off more children. So we're trying to reduce the number of cars on the road and make the school transport ecological and efficient. Still, about half the pupils at Europa School still arrive by car, I believe, or we do have I think about a quarter that would come on foot. It's maybe it's a quarter by car, and then half nowadays on the school buses. And so I've organized 5 buses that run in the south area of the school, and which all have to use the bridge at Sutton Courtenay to Culham. In some cases, actually going over the bridge multiple times in a day. And what we found is that the times of the morning times for all these school buses has gone back around 15 minutes. At our start point around 2015, we were able to pick people up at 7:15 and later, and it's now gone to 7 o'clock for the first stops, and now we've even begun to go before 7 o'clock because of the increased traffic. That was increased traffic on the existing road network, didn't require any new roads to increase the traffic, and we assume that's the result of all the new house building that's happened in the area. So as a result, you have the pupils on the school buses sitting for at least 20 minutes a day in the morning in a queue at the Culham Bridge. And that's because it's a 1-lane bridge. As was explained earlier, there haven't been any proper bridges built in the last more than 100 years. And all the bridges in the area between Abingdon and Wallingford are 1-lane bridges, which means you have to queue at the bridge. That's fine when there's a very small amount of traffic. Once you get any amount of traffic, it results in a long queue, which builds up. And the queue at Culham tends to go through Sutton Courtenay and out on the Drayton Road on the way to Drayton. And when that happens, when you reach that point, you know you're in for up to 25 minutes, half hour queue on the road there, and these are people who have to get to school every morning. And so I can't comment on all the ins and outs of how the different bypasses have been proposed. It looked to me like it was a good idea to have a bypass to avoid all these villages and channel the traffic on a new road. But it certainly is the case that we need a proper two-lane bridge over the Thames. You have this whole area with this population. It's coming from Wantage area, Steventon, Drayton, Harwell, Didcot, and Chiltern, etc. They don't have any way across the river. You have to go over that bridge. The other points over the Abingdon Bridge would require driving through Abingdon, which is incredibly crowded in the mornings, and so we don't have a chance of using that way. In fact, we have a bus that goes to John Mason School in Abingdon, so it comes back around, and it has to find ways to avoid, because you actually have like a 20-minute queue up the Drayton Road through Abingdon, and so that isn't a way across the river. And on the other side, you've got the bridge at Clifton Hampden, which one of our buses uses. It isn't as crowded as the one at Sutton Courtenay, but for anybody in that central area, you have to go over that bridge. And so all this traffic already exists. This isn't about having new traffic that is going to be created. You've got people already there who are trying to get over that river to go into Culham and other places as well. It's clear that they're going to work in Culham. You have cars going to work in Culham. You have people who want to get to Abingdon who are from the more eastern parts of things. You have people who want to go into Oxford over that Golden Balls roundabout, as had been mentioned earlier. And all those people have to find a way over. So if there was a two-lane bridge over the Thames, you would actually have traffic that flowed with the existing traffic that already exists, the people that already have to go that way. If the traffic flowed, you would lose all these backups on the one-lane bridges at the traffic light, and the traffic would flow over the bridge. I can't comment on whether there's going to be magically lots of traffic coming from other places. This isn't Houston or even London. It's a rural area. You have lots of villages and people who need to, for example, get to school. And the most efficient way to get them to school is on the school bus. And it's the school bus is being held up by all the traffic that's otherwise on the roads. And that's why it's less efficient. I personally used to put my children on my own school buses that I organize in the mornings. I don't do it anymore because it's too early. It's too early to get them. I can't get them out of the house. I've got teenagers. I can't get them out of the house on time. I used to with the way the bus was previously. And so now I drive every morning into Culham. And the advantage of that is I get to see the traffic and all the traffic patterns and all the things that happen. So for example, when we had the floods, the bridge at Culham has a very low road ahead of it, and it floods very easily. It doesn't have any real protection. And then the road closes because you've built a few houses in the floodplain for some reason, and so to help protect those houses, you close the road. So all the traffic has to go round over Abingdon. And so when we had the floods at the first week of school in January, the kids were on the buses for 2 hours. And so 2 hours in the morning of kids not being in education, but being on a bus in traffic. And of course, all the kids who were in cars in the same traffic as well, who weren't on the buses. But I track the buses, so I know when the buses arrive. I know when the buses are at all the different stops. If there's ever a problem on the A34, we have the same thing. All the traffic spills out into the side roads, and there aren't any ways to cross except for that way, and that way gets completely blocked again. And so this is a infrastructure problem. It's not fit for purpose. It's not possible to not have any two-lane bridges over the Thames in between Abingdon and Wallingford. And so I take on board all these points about how the issues of individual features of the different bypasses may not be ideal. I think it's great to have the government actually doing something to build a road, because as was noted, for 100 years there haven't been any new bridges. and there haven't been a lot of roads either. They've built all these houses without building the infrastructure to actually handle the traffic. It's absolutely necessary to have a new bridge over the Thames, and the Appleford location looks to me like a sensible location. And so I welcome a bridge that's going to take the existing traffic and allow it to flow over the bridge in that way. I don't see any HGVs on this route. It's all car and van traffic. It's all people going to work or going to school. And these people who already exist, they have to go out every day, and they have to get to school, and they don't have the option to find some other way to do it. And there is no other way to do it. The optimal way is on the school buses. And in terms of the county's plans, I have proposed to the county council to expand how they operate school buses. They have a very limited way to do it. Our scheme has been a way of working around the way that the county does it, allowing people who are happy to pay for the school bus to have transport, who otherwise wouldn't have had any buses at all. But at the moment, the county seems to be moving the opposite direction. And I've been told we have to find other ways to do it because the county is getting, I guess, more out of the school bus business than into it. So although I would like to see more county involvement in the school buses and expanding the options for people who would want to take a school bus to school and get their cars off the road, that doesn't seem to be what the county is doing. And so the argument that the county is moving to a more sustainable and less car-intensive way of transporting people doesn't seem to apply, in my experience, in the area of school transport. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Can I clarify? You mentioned the Sutton Courtenay Bridge. Is that
between Sutton Courtenay and Culham?
So it's the one that's called the Culham Bridge in other contexts.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, no, it's not called Culham Bridge, but everyone calls it Culham Bridge. I don't know what it's actually called. What's it? That's it. So I was right.
Thank you. But it's the bridge that crosses to Culham.
Exactly.
Right.
And that's the only way for most people in this impacted area to get across the Thames, and for myself as well. If there was a road that would take people away from there, it'd be brilliant.
Thank you. And you mentioned also the A34, that when that's blocked, the traffic spills into the side roads, I think you said.
That's right.
Whereabouts does that happen?
So if the A34 is blocked, and so what we find is that the, let's say, Drayton Road into Abingdon gets even more full, and then the roads through Sutton Courtenay to get to that bridge become even longer queues than usual, and it can take something like an hour.
So they're diverting off the A34 and going through Abingdon?
Well, it's people who aren't going onto the A34 because there's a problem with it, and so they have to find some other way. So the A34 is quite okay at getting people from that southern area on the Milton interchange to get up to Oxford, obviously. Anybody who lives in that area that wants to go to Oxford is able to go on the A34. It's only people who are more on the Didcot side who might drive up over Appleford to get across the river and go over Clifton Hampton. But anybody who wants to get to Abingdon or anything, wants to get into Culham or anything east of Culham, really has no choice apart from the bridge at Sutton Courtenay. That's the only way. That's the only way over, really.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Thanks so much.
Next is Robin Draper, and I've got a copy of your submission here.
Ma'am, I'm Robin Draper. I sit on the Sutton Courtenay Working Group for the Parish Council, although I'm not a Parish Councillor. I'm a Fellow of the Chartered Management Institute, which is about the closest I get to planning. Quite a long way, I hope. However, if I may, I shall take a macro look at the project rather than delving into the details. First, let me say that I was initially a supporter of the scheme with a new bridge across the Thames, and am acutely aware of the national importance of expanding our scientific bridge. Sadly, the more I examined the current proposal, however, the more I became aware of its flaws, and in particular that of the modelling that underpins the application. In my view, OCC had an opportunity to provide an exemplar of how to design a sustainable integrated transport system for a modern garden town, but rather are trapped by a legacy project and concerned about losing government funding. It is set on replicating the mistakes others have made and embedding congestion into the area. The Secretary of State particularly wishes to be informed about 3 issues, plus any other matters the Inspector considers to be relevant. I ask, ma'am, if you will, that you initially focus on the other matters, as the extent to which the development meets the Secretary of State's issues depends on the current proposal being viable and deliverable. In addressing that, it is important to first review the aims of the scheme, which were set out as to ensure that the impact of increased housing on the traffic network was acceptable, whilst, second, future-proofing local infrastructure provision, reducing congestion, and providing value for money. Disappointingly, objective analysis has shown that the scheme fails to meet any of those aims. Additionally, nowhere in those aims was the provision of a strategic national highway or a requirement to underpin national facilities such as the Fusion Centre, as UK AEA is now belatedly claiming as a justification for the scheme. Others will address how crucial it is to UK AEA, but I suggest maxing the benefits of the adjacent railway station and introducing a transport plan similar to that here in Milton Park, with frequent bus services and car share arrangements, would meet its requirements. Furthermore, the close examination of a scheme by the Planning Committee last July provided 8 reasons for refusal. Those reasons remain largely extant, despite the Emergency Planning Committee rowing back on them on the 26th of September, or the leader of the council arguing that the perfect is the enemy of the good at that meeting. Here, for the record, I would like to raise concern at the manipulation of the planning process by the County Council in addressing the reality that its own planning committee had rejected the application, which I consider should be brought to the Secretary of State's attention. The proposed scheme cannot be regarded as good as the leader of the council inferred. It is flawed and fails to meet the local aims it is meant to achieve, so it cannot be described as viable, and whether or not it can be delivered remains highly questionable. The other claim by the leader of the council is that it's part of a wider scheme, and I find that alarming. However, it's not a material consideration. No details are available, and this scheme is really aimed at future-proofing local infrastructure requirements. Indeed, the proposal anyway fails to consider the wider impact on Abingdon, or of the frequent diversion from the A34, or of HGVs using the route as a cut-through to the M4. At the heart of my objection to the current proposal is that the traffic data underpinning the application is based on out-of-date input and fails to prove the scheme will reduce congestion in the area. Indeed, the application admits that congestion will return to current levels by 2034, and it will result in a very substantial increase of approximately 42% in travel by private car. Even more crucial, it makes insufficient allowance for the induced traffic the scheme will attract, particularly through the villages. If that had been included, estimates vary, but congestion is likely to return to current levels much earlier, and possibly as little as 2 years. Professor Goodwin drew the attention of OCC to this as long ago as February 2022, and expands on it in his crucial proof of evidence. And that contrasts, interestingly, with what I personally view as an exercise of obfuscation by Claudia Curry in her comments. And if I may just draw one, which is outside the script, ma'am, and that is the current required modelling tests being carried out on ASM and have shown that the induced traffic for the scheme is not evident and therefore not a cause for concern. I wonder, ma'am, if you might query that strongly when it comes up, amongst other comments about Brexit and things like that. I note, madam, that you wish to gauge whether the extent of the traffic model is robust through close examination of the input data and the assumptions made to inform your judgment on whether the scheme is securely underpinned by the modelling output, will deliver the objectives of the scheme and satisfactorily answer the issues raised by the S.of.S. In that attention should also focus on the impact of the new road on Abingdon and the Golden Balls roundabout and the exacerbation of further congestion as opposed to reducing it in Sutton Courtenay and Appleford. Sutton Courtenay, through its parish council, has for some 5 years been seeking assurance that the belated addition of the roundabout on the Appleford Road would not increase traffic through the village rather than the claimed decrease in congestion, especially as it makes no allowance as for induced traffic attracted by the proposed roundabout on the Appleford Road. Claudia Curry, in her proof, fails to address that issue of induced traffic attracted by the roundabout in the analysis of it as a standalone junction. The concern is that the network will quickly return to gridlock at a cost of $296 million without even allowing for inflation or the myriad of other risks facing the scheme. This is hardly value for money the county council aim for and cannot be described as future-proofing local infrastructure provision. In that context alone, in my opinion, it fails to meet the assurances the Secretary of State is seeking. Moreover, given its failure to address induced traffic, the current Hif1 scheme will not meet the traffic requirements of further housing and expansion of facilities in meeting the aim of Science Vale, without considerable improvement and a new application which would definitively reduce congestion and make better use of alternative modes of transport. As to the housing targets, may I suggest weight should be given to the emerging local plan 41, which takes a different approach to the earlier district local plans. In addition, the County Council's shift from predict and provide to determine and provide in its new local transport and connectivity plan means that the rejection of the current application will allow it to shift from outdated methodology and modelling to a modern approach. That should be geared towards meeting the Council's transport aspirations in an integrated transport infrastructure in the Didcot Garden Town, which the county can be proud of instead of embedding congestion across the area. Given the complexity of the scheme and the limited budget, I also ask you to review its financial provision. This may not, on the surface, be a material consideration at the local level. The Secretary of State, in reaching his decision, should be made aware of the limited financial provision and the lack of sufficient allowance for inflation, which Mr. Chien lists in his proof of evidence. I also consider that the construction risks, as highlighted by Mr. Russell Harmon in his proof of evidence, adds hugely to the concerns about the deliverability of the scheme. You might also examine OC's thinking in a review it is undertaking of the project, including a value engineering approach, and indeed what improvements the district councils now envisage as necessary. The need for that review has already raised considerable concerns that the scheme will only be partially completed, which would negate nearly all of the claimed benefits. In summary, given the current flaws and without drastic improvements amounting to a forward-looking integrated transport system, I contend that the proposal will not be consistent with the government and local plans the S.of.S. is seeking assurance on. Moreover, the current scheme is not viable in terms of meeting the County Council's declared aims, and there are grave doubts as to its financial underpinnings and deliverability. I ask, Madam, therefore, that you consider recommending that the current application be withdrawn at an early stage in these proceedings. Ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Draper.
Apologise, my mouth started getting rather dry.
Caroline Bett, I've got no questions for you,
Thank
sorry,
you.
and I'm assuming Mr. Humphreys doesn't. Yeah. So
I'm
thank
getting
you.
off very lightly, Madam.
You
Thank
are.
you very much
You
indeed.
are indeed. So, Caroline Bett. Thank you very much. That's okay. If you email it to Joanna, that would be helpful. Thank you. Thank you.
Is the volume okay? Yep. I'm Dr. Caroline Baird, and I'm speaking from Culham. I'm a parish councillor there. This is the second time in 3 years that South Oxfordshire has been disenfranchised. In 2020, Robert Jenrick directed SODC to adopt the highly controversial Local Plan 2035. The call-in of this rejected Hif application is a further assault on local democracy and a most unusual occurrence in the case of a rejected application. On the 18th of July last year, an unequivocal decision was taken on the Hif application by OCC's Planning and Regulation Committee after 25 speakers, including 6 parish councils, were heard. The application was decisively rejected 7-2. This overwhelming rejection reflected the public opinion from the consultations. In the first round of consultation, 97% were objectors, 3% in favour. In the second round of consultation on amendments, 98% were objections. In the third round, and the least responses, 96% were objectors. It's important to point out that the route for what we now call Hif1 was outside any safeguarded land in the version of the SODC local plan that was submitted to the Planning Inspectorate. It's a brand new route. There was no public exhibition for this new and now preferred route, as there had been for the previous 4 or 5 routes. No evidence base was provided for its sudden preference, and the public consultation took place during the COVID national lockdown, which meant that the Europa School, for one, were unaware of how close the proposed river crossing is to the school and playing fields. It was only at the examination in public that Culham's environmental consultant, Nicola Simonson, pointed out to the inspector that the route was not in the maps of safeguarded land and was about a half a mile closer to Culham than even the nearest of the previous routes. The inspector called on County Council representatives to explain, and it was at this point that the route was added to LP35 as a modification, just like that. There are 5 rural parishes opposing this enormous scheme: Appleford, Clifton Hampden, Culham, Newnham Courtney and Sutton Courtney, aka the neighbouring parish councils joint committee. Huge investments of personal time and locally raised funds have seen commissioning of expert reports to point out the flaws in this scheme at many levels, including inadequate traffic modelling, conflict with existing policies, danger to health and well-being, and damage to the environment, air quality and climate. Culham and our rural community will be severely harmed by the plan. 2 new roundabouts on our only east-west road, the A415, will cause additional queuing and in close proximity to the Europa School and its playing fields. The proposed new roads and their induced demand will undeniably bring extra traffic from Didcot and the A34 directly to the A415, very close to Culham's highly regarded international baccalaureate school, endangering staff, pupils and parents whose health and safety will be at risk. Traffic jams and the need to be on school on time will also raise stress levels for parents and children with mental health issues at risk. The Hif Road, either side of the viaduct across the River Thames, itself a truly ugly concrete design, will undoubtedly need to be built at a raised level, as the railway is, in order to act as a causeway on floodplain and fields that have been waterlogged for months. This will bring oppressive, excessive and continuous traffic noise to the Culham village, and at night light pollution to the village and nature's creatures. Culham is situated in a loop of the river, and this January and February's floods saw the 9-foot deep lock overflowing, the floodplains bringing water very close to dwellings. If more land, more green belt, is taken for roads and roundabouts, we will lose vital areas of absorption and the flood risk will surely be increased. Alarm bells should ring, knowing that the A415 from Culham to Abingdon is called the Causeway and has a raised pedestrian causeway built in the 1400s. The medieval bridge over the river, with cottages still in Culham Parish, was partly closed for 18 months for repairs of cracks. OCC's traffic modelling ignores Abingdon and fails to consider how the town's bridges and one-way system could cope with this increased traffic. Much hyped in the Hif documents is the 20 kilometres of walking and cycling infrastructure. Now in 2017 we were sold the dream, a garden line, and I quote, a green ribbon connecting Didcot town with Culham Science Centre, close quotes, with cycle and footpaths, and in the longer term, open quotes, an extended zone for driverless pods or overhead transport system, close quotes. In its place, Hif, busy roads and consequent noise and emissions, and a cycle lane separated by, and again I quote, a narrow strip of cedarn blanket, a perfectly horrible walk or cycle, and I do cycle. Moreover, in addition to crossing the river and the Thames National Path, used frequently by hikers, the route of Hif crosses or encompasses 13 footpaths and bridleways in and connecting our villages, and part of National Cycle Route 5, a very pleasant off-road cycle from Sutton Courtney directly to Didcot, ruining these rural paths with some, quote, permanent closures and diversions, close quote. to these public rights of way, cutting off vital links between our villages. And these are all listed in para 142 of the direct impacts on the public rights of way. The world has changed dramatically since the project was first considered. There is a climate emergency. There are more sustainable ways to move people from point to point, and there is a very prevalent work from home culture, including employees at Culham campus. The scheme has not moved with the times. It is out of date. The huge destruction of the landscape is unnecessary. The site area of 155 hectares is predominantly agricultural land and wetland habitat. There will be terrible loss of hedgerows and tree canopy, green lungs and noise inhibitors, and the loss of yet more greenbelt in Culham, which is currently servicing its purposes. The landscape and visual impact damage is unequivocal. There would be close quote, open quote, inevitable and significant harmful effect, close quote, only, I quote again, reduced in the longer term after 15 years, but would, quote, remain significant adverse in the most part. We dread the legacy this scheme would leave. Can I beg something of you, Madam, and apologies if I offend my co-objectors. Please do not be misled by all the grey-haired and elderly amongst the objecting speakers that you will encounter during this hearing. We are not NIMBYs. We are not against proportionate new housing and development. We have many young people, young families in our vibrant communities. Many of them are in Culham and neighbouring villages because of the Europa School and are bilingual or trilingual. These young people support us. But young people have full-time jobs. They are raising children. They'll come out to rallies and fundraising events at weekends when they can, but they don't have time to come and speak at hearings or read and produce 100-page documents. They want some housing, and they want some safe spaces, safe roads, so that their kids and future generations can walk safely to school. They are relying on us to defend our village, our villages, our environment. Alternative options, and in particular ones that encourage a modal shift away from cars, have not been properly explored. We believe that the 300+ million of public money could be put to better use, and that it is possible to deliver the employment and housing needs of the district and reduce the peak hour bottlenecks without Hif1. Just a few months ago, on December the 19th, Michael Gove highlighted the 5 factors guiding the revised National Planning Policy Framework, the Biden principles: beauty, infrastructure, democracy, the environment, and neighbourhood, spelling Biden. For 4 of those, the HIF scheme is none of those, and the infrastructure that it proposes is out of date and not sustainable.
Thank you. Could you just clarify? You talked about the safeguarding land, and then you talked in the context of the local plan inquiry and the direction from Robert Jenrick, I think. And you said that, so it's on your first page, and it's the 6th paragraph down, and you say the final sentence said that at this point the route was added as LP 35 as a modification to the plan. So when you're talking about the safeguarded land, where is it safeguarded? What's the mechanism that safeguarded it? Was it a previous local plan? Was it?
No, in the
current
plan,
one.
In the local plan 35, there were safeguarded lands for the original 4 or 5 routes for the HIF. And this new route, which was proposed during lockdown, is outside any of that safeguarded land. And it was only when several times we pointed out to the inspector at EIP that this route was not in the safeguarded plans, in the plan, the safeguarded maps in the plan, that they were just added. And as I said, just like that, it was just a quick conversation. OCC said, oh no, well, we had to change a plan. Okay, well, we'll just put it in as a modification.
So was it additional, this route, or is it
was
an
additional.
alternative?
No, well,
so the six
what's
routes
the difference
then?
between additional or alternative? It wasn't one of the original alternatives.
It wasn't one of the, but the original alternatives were retained?
No.
No. So it's
was a
replaced.
brand new
It's
route.
replaced the alternative route.
Sorry, beg your pardon?
It's replaced the safeguarded routes.
It's replaced the safeguard.
Early on, there were 4 possible
No, sorry. You said to me that there were 4 or 5 safeguarded routes. And
Well, there was a big area that was safeguarded in the maps, and it had 4 or 5 routes. 4, someone said, but I couldn't remember at the time. It was 4 or 5 routes that were safeguarded, and there had been a public exhibition for those in Didcot Civic Hall, where people went and they could see on the map where it would go, and we made responses to that consultation.
I understand that.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to understand, you said that this one was added. So were the other ones retained? Safeguarded. Or if you're not sure, I can look at it.
This was called the preferred route.
Preferred
so I
route.
guess it was added.
I'll have a look in the
Yeah,
the
I think
plan.
you.
I think
you
that's
probably
probably better.
Yeah, I
Thank
would
you.
struggle to find it, but it was a new route that hadn't been previously consulted on or previously exhibited, and it was only at EIP that it was added as a modification.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Madam, if it helps, in Mr. Wisdom's evidence, he
In
actually
his
shows...
Mr. Wisdom's.
Yeah, if you look at his proof of evidence, and then I don't know whether Ms. Baird has a copy as well, because she could then talk to it, but he shows the routes. So it's page 61.
If you just bear with me. Sorry, I've got his rebuttal. Just page 51 or
61, sorry.
61, sorry.
And there's a figure 16.
Right. So that shows me the routes. Are the original routes still within the local plan? That's what I was trying to ascertain. I can look it up. It's probably as easy.
Madam, sorry.
Hello.
It might help because I don't think the policies map is actually in the core documents, but perhaps we could add it because that shows the adopted safeguarded route that's in the plan.
I think that would be
So if we
helpful.
can add that.
Thank you.
The precise point that's being discussed is figure 17 in that document, and that has the previously preferred route, which was black, and the new western alignment, which is pink. So that's about 2-3 pages on. I'm not trying to cut across the evidence, but just so that the witness can tell you what it is and you can know what she's talking about.
No, that's
But
okay.
it was only added to the safeguarding at EIP.
Yes, I've understood that, and I think I've read that. I can't remember whose evidence, but one of the
It would have
one
probably
of the
been our environmental consultant.
somebody has
Yeah.
mentioned it in their
Yeah.
evidence. Thank you. So if we add that plan, I think that would help me. Okay, well, thank you, Ms. Bard.
Thank you.
Baird, sorry. So now I've got James Barlow. And Mr. Barlow, you've submitted.
No, I've got it here for you.
Oh, I thought I had it already. No, that's somebody else. Sorry. Thank you. Has that been sent to the programme officer?
I will do that. Yeah.
Okay.
May not be everything in it, but the majority of it will be there.
Thank you.
I'm James Barlow. I'm a cyclist. I'm a father of 3. I use public transport. I'm a driver. I've been a member of the South Oxfordshire community for 20 years. All of my children have grown up here. I have worked as a consultant and a senior corporate leader on environmental strategies and capital investments for over 20 years. And I've volunteered to build people-based soft infrastructure for resilient communities during this climate and ecological emergency for a similar time in our area. I'm a district councillor for SODC in the Wallingford ward, a few miles east of here. But I want to be clear, I speak here in a personal capacity. There are roughly 160,000 residents in South Oxfordshire today. There are hopefully many more in future generations. The decision this inquiry makes will influence both sets of residents' lives significantly. And listening to Caroline Bair's evidence statement, I've noticed the sadness in me about many of the things that she talked about the destruction that this scheme may end up bringing to our residents, both current and future. I cannot stand by and watch this project progress in its current form. Yes, we in Wallingford and Didcot and South Oxfordshire absolutely need better transport infrastructure to improve connectivity in our mostly rural district, for reasons of both economic and community prosperity. But we need infrastructure that massively increases active travel and public transport-based connectivity, not simply a road primarily designed for and privileging privately owned cars. As has already come up today, the history of road building tells us one thing: more roads induce more demand. The settlements and surrounds affected by the proposed scheme will likely become at least as choked at peak times as they are today, as little as 6 months after it's opened. But I understand the modelling used to justify the scheme in its current form ignores induced demand and overestimates congestion without the scheme. Indeed, OCC's very own local transport and connectivity plan, which we've heard about in various states today, states that, and I quote, "We have found that road schemes often generate new demand and quickly reach capacity again. It is therefore not a sustainable long-term solution for Oxfordshire's transport network." OCC's words, not mine. Given that, ask ourselves, is £296 million on this project a wise and prudent use of the public purse? It is disingenuous to suggest it will make South Oxfordshire's residents' lives easier, since it still omits, crucially, to incentivise the modal shifts that are really needed in this time of climate and ecological emergency. If I take, for example, the residents of Wallingford where I live and their travel to Oxford, that will be adversely affected by this scheme, since the scheme will funnel more traffic, as we've heard already, onto the A4074 north through Newnham Courtney, a single carriageway, 20-mile-an-hour village. It will make local connectivity worse for those of us coming from Wallingford and Henley north to Oxford. Now let's note, those two towns are 2 of South Oxfordshire's biggest settlements. And in addition, the bus route from Reading and all of the rural villages and communities north of Reading, between Reading and Wallingford, will be similarly affected. Now, many of my
neighbours and friends and fellow residents in Wallingford have left the bus for the car for the reasons that the previous speaker was talking about in terms of the school bus at Europa. The traffic has got worse. What we can see from the modelling is that the traffic through Newton Courtney will increase. There's nowhere else for it to go. So we will actually end up driving people off buses when we actually need to drive them onto buses as the obvious route from Henley and Wallingford into Oxford if you don't want to use your privately owned car, which of course, if we think about the equity arguments, many people don't have that either. Now this scheme is not a product it's not a product of OCC's own decide and provide mode of operating, which I heard about as a new councillor recently. Instead, this is an outmoded predict and provide. I think our jobs, perhaps naively, as public servants, are to surely drive change, not reinforce the damaging status quo. So we need highways infrastructure fit for active and public transport-based travel. As we'll hear over the coming days, this proposal is badly designed. It also flies contrary to South Oxfordshire District Council's vital climate and nature recovery corporate plan themes. So I ask us all to ask, how does this road support the achievement of a local net zero target, or indeed the UK government's own climate targets? As has been outlined already, it would destroy much more of the very nature we need to sustain our communities here, making it even more likely that the current and future South Oxfordshire residents will have a lower quality of life than we do today. Yes, a lower quality of life than we do today. Not what we in local and national governments should enact. We need connectivity, but we need it with dramatically less destruction. So then on to the alternatives. Ask ourselves, how rigorously were more suitable alternatives explored? Alternatives more in line with OCC, Vale and SODC's own policies. And the fact that SODC and Wallingford Town Council, along with many other local public bodies, have declared climate emergencies for good reason. Because we know what's happening. Whatever stories we tell ourselves about transport schemes, and we know we need to change our behaviour. Behaviour change comes from infrastructure change, which comes from the decisions we make in rooms like this. If I think about the past 2 months in Wallingford, we've had some really bad flooding. We've had the worst flooding that we've had for over 20 years. In the last 20 years, indeed, 4 of the 6 worst floods in Wallingford have happened since they were recorded in the 19th century. If we look at what people are recording in their gardens to emphasise the climate and ecological emergency within which this has to be posited, neighbours tell me in Wallingford they've seen tulips coming out. It's February in South England, right? It's not a greenhouse in the Netherlands. Apparently, February so far is 4.9 degrees Celsius, higher, 4.9, than the 1961 to 1990 average. But that's not 1.5 degrees or 2 degrees, it's 4.9. And some of the days in February so far are the highest ever recorded here since records began. We're talking about medieval times and bridges going back since 1660. We need to make decisions such as this in those terms, in those contexts. So ask ourselves, as we go through this inquiry, will this scheme make the emergency worse, or will it mitigate it? And ask ourselves then, if we think about alternatives, where is the light rail infrastructure study? Because let's be clear, this isn't about not having connectivity. We need connectivity for thriving and prosperous and competitive and strong societies. But where's the light rail infrastructure study? There are demonstrated examples of that in other places in Europe and the UK. Well, where's the one for guided buses? the distances and the terrain here make these attractive options to the communities and the connectivity desired. And there's a bit of an irony for me here. This is, after all, the science fail. But I'm wondering, science of which century? Is this the science of the 20th century, of the privately owned, internal combustion engine dominated, continually worsening the extreme weather events that we in Wallingford and South Oxfordshire and beyond then suffer? So there's the 20th century. Or is it of the 21st century, of active and mass public transport that plays its part in adapting to these weather extremes that are here already and will only worsen? We've seen the impacts. As I came here in my car and then on my bike, I saw the impacts several days after the third lot of really bad rain that we've had this year on our roads, the runoff and everything. And as someone who travels by cycle as often as possible, I can tell you that the reality of cycling, and I did this again coming here today, the reality of cycling alongside, however well-meaning it is to have a cycle path right next to a major road with lorries going by, it is not pleasant. You don't choose to do it unless you have to or you're crazy, right? Or you want to prove a point. It's noisy. It's frightening when you've got 20 tons of lorry coming next to you and you weigh a total of 100 kilos. It's smelly, and it's really dusty. It's not good for your lungs when you're cycling along or walking along. So the fact that we've got cycle paths and footpaths next to roads, all that is for me personally, and probably many of us in this room given the choice, is an invitation again for me to get back in my car. So this travel plan, this plan is encouraging me to get back in my car, not when it comes to what we really should be doing is getting ourselves out on our bikes. Now, I've seen similar examples of this as I've travelled around the country. I think about the A43 from Brackley to Northampton. It's got cycle paths next to it, right? I've gone up and down that road for 20 years for my work. I've never once seen someone cycling on it. Let's ask ourselves why. Because a metre or so of segregation doesn't make it a viable path for you to take without an exoskeleton of an industrial, modern, individual car. And finally, we know from experience that this is probably going to go over budget. For a council that is already financially challenged, we know that the road budget needed to uphold roads in Oxfordshire is something like £50 million, and it has something like 15, I understand, to deliver this. So that's before we had even more roads. And I wonder, as a resident who cares about his community, how will this impact Oxfordshire County Council's ability to deliver other key services? The under pressure children's services for our future generations. Those who are more vulnerable than many of us sitting in this room who need adult social care. And that's let alone what you might say is more relevant to this inquiry, which is, where's the investment in active travel? You could get a lot of active travel routes for £296 million. So this is a £296 million opportunity to make the 21st century climate change adaptation savvy choice. So as a resident, as a local councillor, someone with 20 years professional work on climate change, I urge you, Mum, to do so. For the residents of Wallingford, for the rest of South Oxfordshire, and obviously those others who aren't in here, the residents of the rest of the UK and those other countries who will suffer or benefit from the decision we make, because this isn't just about this local area, this is about the impact we make to the global effort to be adapting to climate change and mitigating our impacts. This plan needs to be rejected. And one that doesn't mean we're on the end of even more extreme weather needs to be designed instead. We have the information. We have the opportunity. Please take it, Mark.
Thank you. I've not got any questions for you. I assume Mr. Humphreys hasn't. Thank you. Looking at my list from this morning, we've got another 4 people, I think, actually maybe 3 people. I think Mr. Kirby will talk later in the week. I'm going to suggest, as it's 10 to 4, that we take a short break till 4:05, and then we'll come back and we'll hear from them. And we were hoping to, because we couldn't be very certain, but we thought we might hear Mr. Williams' evidence today. Can I leave that with you to think about Mr. Woolley? We certainly wouldn't get beyond evidence in chief today, and whether it might be better to start tomorrow. Sorry.
I think his evidence in chief will be very short.
Right. So, okay. If you can just reflect on that, and maybe Mr. Humphreys, if you can think, you've got 1 hour down for cross-examination. I don't want to rush you, but perhaps you could even just talk together over the break and see what's the best way forward.
Yes.
With 3 people, that's going to be another half an hour probably. Whether it's worth starting Mr. Williams in the morning, I'll leave that with you to discuss.
I mean, my personal thinking on this is that it would be better all round if Mr. Williams was to break, if he's not going to be an hour. So if we get 16:05, we come back, half an hour, that takes us to 4:35. If in the remaining 25 minutes that was sufficient to complete the evidence in chief, I mean, no pressure from me, but if it was, then...
I think we're bound to finish it.
Yeah, then rather than doing 5
ample.
minutes of cross-examination, I would suggest we start tomorrow. I don't mind, but that would be my suggestion.
No, I think we certainly don't start cross-examination today, but maybe we will try evidence in chief. It just means Mr. Williams is in Purdah overnight.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Probably. Right. Thank you. So I'll see people at 4:05.
When do we start? No, she's the boss. She wants to go. You'll need some papers. You'll need some papers. Please get yours. You're going to sit over there.
Yeah. Is that okay? Can I sit over there? This is my best ear. So, I'm going to hear you better. I'll sit on that side.
So, could you take your seats, please, so we can resume?
Don't mind me sitting there.
So the next person I have on my list is Mr. Beddoe, Mark Beddoe, East Hendred Parish Council. Thank you. So, Mr.
Okay.
Beddoe, just before you start, have you sent that to the programme officer?
No, well, it's been adapted as we've been going through the day, so I'll have
Right.
to write it up and I can send it through.
Okay. So when you hit the bit where it's adapted, let me
Well,
know
it's
where I
not
need
it's
to
not
take notes.
it's not particularly long.
No.
So it's just that comments have been made, and on the basis of that, some of these subjects I know something about. Right. On July 18th, 2023, the properly constituted Planning and Regulation Committee refused the Hif1 application by 7 votes to 2. Then, on September the 27th, a second OCC committee met to double-think the previous decision. OCC, as I understand, now take a neutral position for this imposed inquiry. It is relevant that the Bristol County Council, in a High Court appeal, has been instructed by Judge Paul Matthews that its lawyers cannot be bipartisan and must decide which side of the fence they are on. OCC are both in favour of biodiversity and discouraging car use, while promoting the Hif1 to increase car use and emissions in a green belt on a floodplain. From the perspective of East Hendred Parish Council, the connection of the Hif1 to the Milton interchange will cause further overloading of the interchange. This will lead to longer tailbacks for the increasing A417 traffic from Wantage, from the large Kidsgrove development in Wantage. Already, this causes traffic flow stalling on the A34 North at the interchange in rush hour. East Hendred Parish Council, through experience, has no faith in OCC Highways Limited model and on pre-pandemic data, which, as I understand, did not include anything to do with the Wantage feed. OCC's...
Sorry, because I'm trying to keep up with you. I just need
Sorry,
to go.
I'll slow down.
So you've got no faith in Oxford County Council?
I'm used to a time limit, you see. It's 2 minutes and go.
Right, I'll give you the
slow
time,
down.
but if you can just go at a pace, I can keep up with you.
Okay.
So just from where you've said that they've got no faith.
No faith, no. We've had experience with, and the A417 traffic is continuously increasing because the building of the Kidsgrove is a substantial development and it's adding increasing traffic into an already overloaded route to the A34.
Okay.
Okay, right. OCC's latest financial report of 2022 lists a capital borrowing cost of 65 million. OCC announced a budget shortfall of 11.2 million in December, yet here it is, funding a legal team for a protracted inquiry of its own instigation. Right, now, this is where I start adding something I know something about. The JET project. The JET project is now shut down after a tritium-deuterium burn, which will have activated the facility. I visited in 1983 with my father 40 years ago. As a means of power generation, JET is a failure. Fusion power will not be developed in my lifetime or my daughter's lifetime. However, I did work with Dounray on fast fission. Fast fission generated 130 megawatts of power continuously for a number of years, yet we failed to develop it. Now, meanwhile, temperatures rise.
Sorry, what was the amount, the megawatts? How many megawatts?
130 megawatts.
130.
300 megawatts of heat, 130 megawatts of power.
Thank you.
I'm nearly finished. Meanwhile, temperatures rise and the Greenland ice cap and the Antarctic sea ice continues to melt. November, December and January have given the highest sea temperatures ever. And the implications of this are very serious. So we should not be adding further carbon dioxide to the system with extended road development for petrol-powered cars. Thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you.
I'll type it up.
That would be appreciated. Thank you. Mr. Scarf, I've pronounced that incorrectly. I've been given that. I don't.
Too much paper.
Sorry, whenever you're ready, Mr. Scuff. You just push it and it goes.
Oh, I see, it's under there. You can't see it when you're looking on top. Yes, I don't want to deflect or detract from the previous evidence. It was absolutely amazing, and I'm going to, unfortunately, repeat some of the things that they've said, but from a different point of view. So I'm Daniel Scharf. I have a couple of masters, and I'm a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute. The evidence which I prepared and provide for this called-in planning application has been prepared and is given in accordance with the guidance of my professional institution, and I confirm that the opinions expressed are my true and professional opinions. I've been working as a chartered planner in public, private and voluntary sectors for over 40 years. From 1975 to 89, I was employed by the Vale of Whitehorse District Council. From 1989 to 2018, I was a planning advisor at a law firm, changed its name a few times, but ended up as Blake Morgan. And throughout this period and to date, I have given advice on pro bono basis to environmental and housing NGOs. I've run planning courses for lawyers and the public and write for planning journals and the general press. I'm currently a director and volunteer at One Planet Abingdon Climate Emergency Centre. It is implementing the Climate Emergency Declaration of the Abingdon and Thames Town Council. I should say, for the purpose of this inquiry, we also work with the Europa School and with schools in Didcot. So this is definitely in our territory. During the course of the application now being considered by the Secretary of State, I was told by Bill Cotton, Corporate Director for Environment and Place, that Rachel Wireman, Director of Planning, Environment and Climate Change, would contact me about my concern to talk to officers who might be supporting the application in order to discuss the perfect storm, a description given by Ms. Wireman to the climate crisis, in order to understand the material planning grounds on which the application for building a new road could be supported. Further emails followed, but no reply was received from the officers. The submissions made on the application were in the form of reasons for refusal, intended to demonstrate that the application could reasonably be refused, notwithstanding the inclusion of the road proposal in adopted development plans. Bearing in mind the climate emergency declared by the Oxfordshire councils, I was attempting to identify the related issues of material change of circumstances and the reasons why the plans should be considered to be out of date, to be given reduced weight. I fully understand why the building of the road was proposed and was included in the local plan and the Oxfordshire Transport and Connectivity Plan. However, I'm also aware that transport is a major contributor to terrestrial carbon emissions and that neither carbon reduction budgets nor targets will be achieved at the current rate of reduction. Res ipsa loquitur translates to the thing speaks for itself. This phrase is applied when an injury is so obviously the result of negligence that it doesn't require further explanation or proof. Those responsible for plan making and decision taking, willfully or not, have co-created urban forms that are generating completely unacceptable levels of greenhouse gases. The planning application for the road, prepared and supported by planning officers, and the fact that this inquiry is taking place, is evidence of denial that there will have to be a paradigm shift if carbon reduction budgets and targets are to be met. My understanding is that Homes England has come to that conclusion and no longer expect new roads to be provided to new housing. In fact, they cite an appeal decision where an inspector came to that same conclusion. At the last page, which I've headed Update, I've just included a reference. You can find John Sandford, his presentation. It's worth pausing. So, John Sandford is Senior Manager, Master Development and Design Team at Homes England. And he gave a presentation on vision-led provision, that is also known as decide and provide, manage and monitor. And that is an alternative approach to the predict and provide, which seems to be adopted in this case. My purpose in contributing to this inquiry is a logical continuation to what I contributed to the Council's dealing with the application. I would like to assist the Inspector and the Secretary of State in the exercise of deciding which expert evidence, see procedural guide for called-in application issued by the Planning Inspectorate in April 2022, should be relied on, there's a bit of garbled English here, on whether or not the road would exacerbate the position in respect to greenhouse gases and contribute to overshooting of budgets and targets. In considering what I believe should be the determining factor in this application, I'm expecting the Secretary of State, with the assistance of the Inspector and expert witness evidence, to fully account for the embedded or upfront carbon as well as the operational carbon. In doing so, the weight given to both the certainty and timing of the upfront carbon would be greater than the weight given to any alleged and disputed savings of operational carbon in the medium and longer term. Comparing the two, sorry madam, just pausing and coming away from my script, is like apples and oranges. You are guaranteed the apple, which is the embedded carbon. And the oranges may or may not manifest themselves. And it's the apple, the embedded carbon that occurs now, which will be there forever. And there's a possibility of avoiding some carbon emissions depending on what happens, how the transport system evolves. So my advice to the Secretary of State is concentrate on that apple, because that's what you know will happen if you permit the road building. I should just at that point say, well, as I go on, the significant upfront carbon will cause global warming, whether or not there might be some easing of traffic congestion comprised of vehicles that will increasingly be neutral at the tailpipe. The point made about significance, and I'm going to Mr. Greaves' evidence and Mr. Lansborough's, is that it's very small in comparison to national levels, or even smaller when international levels. But if you're driving towards a cliff when you're a mile away, if you travel a foot, it's not significant. If you're a foot away from that cliff edge, it is really significant. And guess what? We are very, very close to that cliff edge, and we're closer than all the scientific community thought when they started measuring temperatures now. So significance depends on how far you're away from the edge. I've not yet seen an adequate or reliable assessment of these fundamental matters, e.g. the impacts of lower speed limits, changes to vehicle technology, patterns of ownership, automation, modal shift, working patterns, working from home or 4 days a week. And it was a bit sloppy because I forgot to say workplace parking levy. That's been debated in the County Council, and road use charging, which is being proposed by the National Infrastructure Commission, which is cited by the Institute of Civil Engineers. So it was an incomplete list, and there's a long list of things that we could do without building roads to avoid congestion. It's called demand management in a sensible and sustainable way. I've now seen a letter from the Business Secretary, then Grant Shapps MP, requesting the call-in of the application on the basis that the absence of the road would undermine the development of Science Vale, and in particular fusion research. This claim shows a similar lack of awareness of the changes that are occurring to the transport system. The business and net zero departments should be embracing and encouraging these changes rather than expecting the communities department to reinforce the elements of the transport system which are responsible for maintaining intolerable levels of carbon emissions. And there is a terrible irony. If you go to my last page, which is the update, last but one item, the last item is the Guardian article I mentioned. Last but one item is Scientists for Global Responsibility. I have to draw breath when I find UKAA full of scientists who are supporting road building as an answer to their journey to work. You have scientists visiting around the world, and you see that this is what's been provided to impress them when they have other and more sustainable means of going to work. It defeats logic to have scientists supporting this proposal. If you go to that website, Scientists for Global Responsibility, and you look to see their lifestyle, fair lifestyles, we're talking about a fair or just transition. I'm sure that's not a term that's new to anybody in this room. Guess what? How much was the car ownership in a fair transition? It doesn't exist anymore. We share cars and we travel in cars to, what is it, about a 16th what we average now. It's a totally different transport system. It's not one where we need to build roads out of congestion. It's totally different. And that's based on, we follow the science, don't we? We follow it in the pandemic, we follow it out of the climate emergency, or we fall off that cliff. What is expert evidence? The definition of expert evidence relied on by the Inspectorate and then the Secretary of State is at Annex H of the Planning Inspectorate Guidance. H1, who provides expert evidence? Expert evidence is evidence that is given by a person who is qualified by training and experience in a particular subject or subjects to express an opinion. It is the duty of an expert to help an inspector on matters within his or her expertise. This duty overrides any obligation to the person from whom the expert has received instructions or by whom he or she is paid. H1.2, the evidence should be accurate, concise and complete as to relevant facts within the expert's knowledge and should represent his or her honest and objective opinion. If a professional body has adopted a code of practice on professional conduct dealing with the giving of evidence, then a member of that body will be expected to comply with the provisions of the code in the preparation and presentation, written or in person, of the expert evidence. The evidence or facts on the ground showed indisputably that the professionals operating the planning system over the recent past, in fact, probably for the last 60 years actually, have been and are failing in this duty. The Royal Town Planning Institute has a code of conduct applicable to its members. Members shall act competently, conscientiously and responsibly, and to this end are expected to apply reasonable standards of skill, knowledge and care in the performance of all their work, with the understanding that members have a duty to their employers, clients, colleagues and others. Members must take all responsible steps to update their skills, knowledge of climate change, knowledge and expertise to maintain their professional competence throughout their career for the benefit of their public, their clients, the natural environment and the quality of the built environment. Members must therefore comply with any supplementary regulations on the requirements for continuous professional development. I urge all planners, all 29,000 members of the Institute, if they get near a subject which increases the carbon emissions, then they should be up to date in what they know about climate change. Members must act within the scope of their professional competence in undertaking the professional planning services they are employed or commissioned to do. Members must therefore undertake to perform those services only when they, together with those whom they engage as employees or consultants, are sufficiently qualified by education, training or experience in the specific areas involved. Members must not make or subscribe to any statements or reports which are contrary to their own professional guidance, their own genuine professional opinions, nor knowingly enter into any contract or agreement which requires them to do so. Members must base their professional advice on relevant, reliable and supportable evidence and present the results of data and analysis clearly and without improper manipulation. The Institute was asked by the Committee on Climate Change to advise on how the planning system could assist in meeting carbon reduction targets and budgets. To understand what is expected of the professional planner, the RTPI has expressed the following opinion. Spatial planning will play a central role in reducing emissions across the sectors identified by the Climate Change Committee. It achieves this by setting ambitious policies and standards to guide development and infrastructure decisions, and by directing investment to place-based solutions which have the support of local communities and deliver multiple benefits. Effective mechanisms for planning at the local and strategic scale, supported by the right powers, tools and resources, is needed to implement the Climate Change Committee's recommendations to the ministries, Department of Transport, which that one is levelling up, business and DEFRA. Excuse me. As progress towards net zero carbon reshapes the built environment, planning can ensure that co-benefits are maximised and that the transition is just leaving no one behind. More detailed guidance to assist its membership is published in The Climate Crisis, a guide for local authorities on planning for climate change. We have 3 shared messages for planners and the wider community. The first is to ensure that tackling the climate crisis is at the heart of the vision for the future of our communities. Secondly, recognise how vital planning is to securing that vision, both directly through facilitating the extension of renewable energy generation and strategically through practical nature-based solutions and design actions that can promote sustainable travel, urban cooling or natural flood defence. And thirdly, finally, recognise how many of the actions necessary to tackle the climate crisis are also key in creating healthy, ecologically rich, prosperous and beautiful places for us and for future generations. Climate change is the greatest challenge facing our society. Not getting workers in cars to places in Science Vale. The science of climate change is now well understood, and we know we must limit the global temperatures increase to 1.5 degrees C above the pre-industrial levels if we are to avoid catastrophic climate impacts. Well, most people in this room know that 1.5 is probably no longer alive. We're getting very, very close if we're not on the cliff edge. In fact, recent reports indicate that 1.5 is not alive. The guidance continues. If you only have 5 minutes, addressing the climate challenge through the planning system can feel complicated and frustrating. So if you are just starting out as a planner or a politician and working within limited resources, keep in the back of your mind 3 rules of thumb. Firstly, always seek development options that will result in the biggest carbon reductions. In thinking about the risks that will affect development in the future, always apply a reasonable worst-case scenario in relation to climate impacts. And thirdly, always seek to achieve multiple benefits, being aware that action on climate change often delivers wider social and economic benefits, and these should be actively sought and promoted. Policy approaches, ensuring that the plan has an overarching climate change policy priority. Successful solutions to the climate crisis require local planning policy to be based on a powerful overarching objective on mitigation and adaptation. This objective should inform the plan's overarching strategy to reflect a spatial response to addressing climate change, for example, through the location of development, mix of uses, densities, energy and transport strategies, as well as the technical requirements for buildings and design. This should be set within the wider objective of planning to secure sustainable development based on the UN Sustainable Development Goals and indicators. Plan making and development management, which we're involved in now, must fully support the transition to a net zero and resilient future in a changing climate. To deliver on this objective, local planning authorities should ensure that climate policy is embedded throughout local plan policy narrative. And then on sustainable transport, Transport is the largest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions by sector. That's about 27%, measured in 2019. And very little progress has been made to effect reductions, although a significant reduction was recorded in 2020 as a result of COVID. Emissions from private vehicles make up 56% of the transport total. Well-planned development can create opportunities for more sustainable transport choices to be made and healthy lifestyles to be adopted. Planning must also consider the technological transformation of transport systems with the rapid introduction of electric vehicles, the use of autonomous vehicles, and radical changes in the nature of work and leisure, all of which may alter travel patterns. And as an aside, the decarbonation of transport, which is government policy, Department of Transport, they expect their policies to reduce the carbon emissions from vehicles. So vehicles queued up in the jams that are expected to occur will be less and less polluting. They will be decarbonised as a matter of policy. So it's not a matter of government policy that congestion will cause carbon. So you don't have any oranges. You have the apple, you have the embedded carbon, but you don't have the avoided carbon because it's avoided through technological changes and behavioural change. The Climate Change Committee advises that local development plans or transport plans should deliver 33 to 35% shift from cars to walking, cycling, public transport for shorter trips to meet net zero targets, and cities can be even more ambitious than this, mitigating climate change. Delivering a low carbon and climate resilient future. Increase the proportion of trips in the local area made by sustainable modes, particularly active travel modes, by giving comparative advantage to sustainable travel, for example by placing cycle parking closer to a main entrance than car parking other than disabled parking, implementing travel plans unless the scale of the development is small so as to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, requiring safe and attractive walking and cycling opportunities for all new developments, including secure cycle parking and, where appropriate, showers and changing facilities, managing the provision of car parking, including consideration of charging for use, so that it is consistent with cutting greenhouse gas emissions, including the provision of electric vehicle charging infrastructure, and improving public transport and utilising a travel planning approach. As I say, Madam, on your site visits, I'd recommend you use Milton Park as one of the places you visit, and just to look at the car parking, and you'll see where the problem starts. It's the cars who are parked here that are part of the current congestion, and workplace parking levy here might have a dramatic effect without building roads to allow more cars to come and park here. Greenhouse gas emissions as a material consideration. There is no doubt that carbon dioxide emissions are a material consideration in planning decision making. A decision made by the Secretary of State for Housing and Local Government in 2018 provides a useful clarification on how government might expect these issues to be considered, including the importance of the cumulative effect of greenhouse gas emissions. And then quoting, the Secretary of State has given careful consideration to the inspector's analysis at paras 112C 115. For the reasons given, he agrees that greenhouse gas emissions from the proposed development would adversely impact upon measures to limit climate change. He further agrees that most of the greenhouse gas emissions would be emitted in the short term, resulting in an adverse effect of substantial significance, reducing to minor significance in the medium term, and that greenhouse gas emissions in the longer term would be negligible, but that the effects of carbon in the atmosphere would have a cumulative effect in the long term. Given that cumulative effect and the importance to which the government affords combating climate change, he concludes that overall the scheme would have an adverse effect on greenhouse gas emissions and climate change of very substantial significance, which he gives very considerable weight to in the planning balance. We were probably talking about a tiny percentage given the national equation and even less on the international one, but it still got dismissed because every little bit counts. And in conclusion, addressing climate change must be a central priority of the planning system if we are to secure our future economic, environmental and social well-being. This guide, this is the RTPI guide, sets out some of the ways that local planning authorities and communities can make a real difference in tackling the climate crisis. The threat of climate change is real, and time is running dangerously short. A resilient and sustainable future is achievable, but only we act now. The urgency of this matter must affect the weight given to all historic and out-of-date plans, and to applications that fall to be determined in accordance with Section 38(6), where overriding weight should be given to climate impacts. So the application was called in before it was determined by the Oxfordshire County Council, and the Secretary of State has requested the following matters to be addressed by the inquiry and reported on by the Inspector. A, the extent to which the proposal development is consistent with government policies for delivering a sufficient supply of homes as set out in NPPF Chapter 5. B, the extent to which the proposal development is consistent with government policies for building a strong competitive economy as set out in NPPF. And the extent to which the proposed development is consistent with the development plan for the area and any other matters the Inspector considers relevant. For the purposes of Section 70 and 38(6), all material considerations must be taken into account in deciding the application. This is a matter of law and not just the professional conduct of the planners involved in the process, or the priorities of the Secretary of State for levelling up housing and communities. The County Council, as both applicant and local planning authority, has considered carbon emissions and climate impacts as relevant, even if the evidence base and the analysis does not appear to be adequate to find that the harm of the building of the road will be in accordance with the necessary achievement of carbon budgets and targets. Insofar as carbon emissions relate to the specific matters of interest identified by the Secretary of State, it should be noted, A, that the absence of the road would not interfere with the delivery of the houses, consistent with legally agreed carbon reduction budgets. See the up-to-date position of Homes England. All the new housing areas have existing road access, and there is mainline railway station at Didcot and Culham, which played a part in their site allocation. You don't want to undermine that principle by then building them a road. The road would not be consistent with the growth of the green economy, that would instead be boosted by the need to support all the low and zero carbon alternatives to mass road transport. The extent to which the road is consistent with the development plan for the area must, under 38(6), be balanced with how the plan addresses and deals with the urgent need to reduce carbon emissions in line with more recently legally agreed budgets and targets. And in summary, the road being proposed by the local plan and being described in council officers' reports as essential infrastructure for the development of new housing is a perfect example of a paradigm that has contributed to the collapse of the climate system obtaining at the time it was established. If a livable climate is to be maintained, there will have to be a paradigm shift to different forms of built environment and development. There is agreement that there will be significant upfront carbon emitted in the building of the new road, which will make an immediate and lasting contribution to climate change. Whether the officer's predicted reduction in congestion would reduce operational carbon would depend on many factors that are not covered by evidence to this inquiry. I have to say yet. This is our first day. It is unlikely that sustainable urban forms will depend on mass personalised transport, motorised, I should say. And in the emerging low-carbon economy, the road could be seen as an unnecessary addition to the road network, if not a completely stranded asset. In deciding the application in accordance with 38(6), the Secretary of State will use their reasonable discretion in giving weight to the development plan and other material considerations. It is material that since the adoption of the local plan, carbon emissions have continued to grow, as has evidence of climate instability, if not collapse. In these circumstances, it would be surprising, if not perverse, for the road building to be given precedence over low-carbon ways of maintaining accessibility across the local area and the region. And just as a slight addendum, another material consideration for you, Madam, is the consequences of a refusal. And I would see the first consequence of refusal, given the pressures for this development advocated for by the local councils, county and districts, is that the development will proceed, but it will become an exemplar of low carbon and green accessibility and transport. The exact opposite of what would happen if permission was granted for the road. I'm uncertain. I'm going to come back when Mr. Lansborough and Mr. Grebe are giving evidence, but I agree entirely with you, Madam, whether it's appropriate for me to ask questions or not. but I can touch on their evidence now.
I think, will you be attending the inquiry while they're giving evidence?
I will definitely find out, hopefully, from Joanna, Vincent, excuse me, when they're here, and yes, I would like to attend. Okay. Can I just say that Mr. Lansbury, and he was repeated by Mr. Grieve, basically said this is worthless, and I don't want that to be the position when you leave the inquiry.
How much do you, I'm very conscious of the time and that we're trying, how long would you need to make a comment now? And obviously if the points are raised by the Rule 6 parties, obviously you wouldn't need to go there, but we can't predict that. So if you were to make a comment now, how long do you think you would need?
To be fair, the comments I really wanted to make was the distinction between upfront and embedded carbon, which I made, and in significance, because what is regarded, as I say, as significant matters on how close you are to the edge. So I've made those points. And the third point I want to make is I was hugely impressed by Mr. Lansbury's proof until he came to his conclusions, which for those reasons I think were wrong. But his final conclusion that I've wasted my time and everybody you've heard this afternoon have wasted theirs, I just wanted to challenge in some fashion, because I rather think that what they've said this afternoon had a huge amount of merit.
Okay, so as I explained this morning, you're not able to cross-examine them.
No.
If you've got questions in relation to their evidence and they've not already been raised, then that will be fine. So I think that's probably the better time
I accept that.
To raise it.
I might even form some written questions in advance for you, madam. Is there any point in that?
If you can put them in advance, but obviously I'll need to review them in the context of what's already been addressed.
I'll be in your hands.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Scarf. Mr. Humphreys, did you have any questions at this point? Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Scarf. We're going to try and get through Mr. Williams' evidence in chief.
Unless I see the clock is moving towards 5 o'clock, unless you're very enthusiastic about it, I would rather not embark on Mr. Williams' evidence tonight, in the light of what you said about the PERDA rules this morning.
Yes.
I might want to talk to him overnight.
Okay. That's acceptable. What I would like from both sides would be an indication of what documents, before Mr. Williams starts giving his evidence, the documents you want to go to, so that I've got them to hand and I'm not spending time. And Mr. Humphreys has, and then the same Mr. Humphreys for cross-examination, just a quick list of documents. Sometimes the programme officer, I know, asks you for them in advance, but just to save time so we've all got everything to hand.
There's nothing that immediately comes to my mind, but may I give it some thought overnight and come back to you in the morning?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So tomorrow morning, we'll commence at 10 o'clock because I think there's a few elements that need to be ironed out in the programme elsewhere as well, and it might be useful. The programme officer might approach you to clarify certain bits. I'm not sure. So we'll start at 10 tomorrow, and we'll start with Mr. Williams and then move on with Mr. Templin.
It just occurred to me that
we won't start with Mr. Williams tomorrow.
I shall almost certainly be referring to the NPPF December 2023 version, but I don't think you need a copy of that somehow.
No, I think I've got that. Sorry, tomorrow morning, if I just correct myself, we've got statements from the councillors, and I think there's one other person at least, and then we'll move on with Mr. Williams. Okay.
Madam, just before you close, can I just check? So tomorrow we're going to deal with, after we've dealt with the statements from some councillors, Mr. Williams, then Mr. Tamplin. Mr. Tamplin's coming back in a later topic. So does that mean that we're dealing with his section 1, 2, 3, not 4, but we are 5? I mean, I don't mind. I can cross-examine on all of it, but I just want to make sure if he's coming back in a later topic, what he's dealing with tomorrow.
My intention was that Mr. Templin would give evidence on the highways transport aspects, where he's got comments on the overall planning issues.
Yeah. So
that's later in the programme.
Yeah, his section 4 says policy context to HIF, topic 14.
Okay. So policy context, I think.
And topic 14 comes up in the third session. It's the Greenbelt and Planning Policy section. He's down in the programme to appear there. I'm just wanting to confirm, am I doing that tomorrow or am I not doing that tomorrow? I can cross-examine on it tomorrow, but I just then assume that he won't come back later.
I think it's probably integral to I'll let Mr. Templin or Mr. Woolley speak for themselves, but I think the policy aspects of of the highway, certainly the Hif1 scheme, are probably integral to his transport evidence. Okay. Mr. Woolley, do you have a view?
We were resigned to the prospect of Mr. Templin coming back later.
Ah, okay. I mean, that's absolutely fine. I will deal with everything tomorrow on the basis then that I've cross-examined it and he's not coming.
Oh, that's equally fine. Yeah, I'm quite happy with that. I'm sure Mr. Templin is happier.
Is it better if you have a conversation in a moment?
No, I think it's better if everyone knows what
it is, madam, because I want to know what Mr. Humphrey's doing across the other one, because I've got to follow.
Okay. Precisely.
Right.
And so I'm, as I say, I'm very happy if it's that. I just note that he says it's topic 14 and the programme says he's coming back, presumably.
That the programme was put together based on those topic numbers, so that's why I said this morning I think we might finish a little bit.
Let us assume then that we will, Mr. Templin will deal with all of his evidence tomorrow.
Everything.
I will cross-examine on all of that evidence, and to the extent that they want to, others will as well. I'm perfectly happy with that. Can I just then, slightly extending this, Thursday we've got Professor Goodwin. I think he had been moving around in the programme, but I think he is down to come on.
No, I think Mr. Goodwin, Professor Goodwin, is Joanna here? Professor Goodwin has got an issue on that. That was my understanding.
So he's not.
Was it? I think we needed to get Professor Goodwin at the same date as another witness. Is it? We were only notified. We put the programme together,
of course,
and then we were notified of 5 changes.
I just need to know if I'm going to put together cross-examination, who I am cross-examining.
Absolutely,
I think
but
Mr. Humphreys
he
must
will
assume
be.
He won't be cross-examining Professor Goodwin on Thursday.
Perfect. Okay.
He won't be there on Thursday, but he will be here on a subsequent date.
Yes,
that's to be
fine.
Confirmed. So then we'll.
Mr. Turnbull, we've got down on Thursday as well. In the programme against Mr. Harmon, because again there were some elements of his evidence that went to cost construction, viability, those sorts of issues, and I think there's just an issue about whether or not that relates to some of the compulsory purchase issues and whether he's coming back or whether they don't, in which case I will
Can I try to help
cross-examine him?
Certainly.
There was a question at some stage that whether Mr. Harmon's evidence should be more appropriately dealt with at the order inquiry. But we thought we'd resolved that this way, that my clients will withdraw and have withdrawn their objections to the CPO, And so the evidence of Mr. Harman and Mr. Chin will be directed at the issue that you're concerned with now, namely whether or not planning permission should be granted. And you remember that that was reflected in what I said to you this morning.
Okay. So that's, again, absolutely fine. I'd be grateful if Mr. Woolley's confirmed on the record that the objections are to be withdrawn, if that could be done formally, but on that basis.
I saw the email about that this morning. So I'll get the programme officer to forward it to you, and it also needs to go to the PIN's environmental team that deal with CPOs.
That's, again, absolutely fine with me. So then I would cross-examine Mr. Harman on his evidence. And Mr. Zen is down currently as in topics 5 to 12 on the 1st of March. Is that also everyone's understanding? I just, again, don't want to suddenly find, Mr. Zen, who is dealing with some similar topics on costs, is suddenly coming in. And again, because the NPCJC objection, if there was one to the orders, would also have been withdrawn. I
think you may take it that all my witnesses would prefer to be dealt with at one fell swoop rather than a series of nibbles.
And they're not objecting. As a whole, the parish councils, joint parish councils, have withdrawn their objection to the orders.
Okay, that's fine. So at the moment I've got Mr. Zen down for the 1st of March, which is obviously the end of next week, and I'm to assume that that's when I'm cross-examining him.
Yes, obviously, as you understand, there's always a bit of fluidity. We've got to fit Professor Goodwin in, and I'm not sure what date yet. I will talk to the programme officer.
We've all got to be light on our feet, have we not, madam?
We do.
Depending on how the inquiry progresses.
I think it was Thursday afternoon or maybe even Friday morning, I was told Mr. Goodwin couldn't make
I'm very relaxed about that. I just want to make sure it's not tomorrow. I mean, if it is
no,
tomorrow,
it's not tomorrow.
then absolutely fine. But the programme is moving around, and I just want to make sure that both I, Mr. Woolley, and everyone else is clear as to what we are anticipating. So that's absolutely
We'll try and
clear.
update it.
And I will ensure that Mr. Humphreys has sufficient notice of who's coming when, that he's not taken by surprise.
I think we've got a full day tomorrow with the other representations, Mr. Williams and Mr. Templin. So if we proceed with those, and we'll try and get confirmation from Professor Goodwin about when he can attend. As I say, as far as possible, I've tried to group similar witnesses together.
Sure.
But it's been quite challenging, and some of it has been matters outside of the individual's control.
There's no criticism at all of the programme. I'm relying on the programme. I just want to make sure that I have correctly understood the programme.
Right, and we will keep the most recent version on the website, and I've asked that we keep the date that it was updated at the top of it, so we know we're going to the most recent.
Thank you for all of that. Thank you to Mr. Woolley and to others as well.
I know it's confusing, but it's the best I was able to do. So is there anything else, Mr. Humphreys? No? Anything from district councils? No? Mr. Woolley, anything further?
Not tonight, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we will adjourn till 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay, thank you.